This meeting is being recorded.
Hey, oh mama Africa, Cameroon, my land, my pain. Listen, children they cry for the streets. Conscious they echo no peace. Mama they run, papa they hide. Home done burn, we no fit decide. Anglophone crisis tearing we apart. Northwest, southwest, they bleed from heart. Brothers turn enemies, village they burn. Oh Cameroon, where we go run? French. Pourquoi ça, mon pays pleure? La paix est partie, la peur demeure. Nos enfants souffrent, nos terres en feu. Seigneur, regarde, aide-nous mieux. Cry for Cameroon, cry for my land. Peace we dey beg, we know they understand. Why the people they fight their own blood? Oh Lord, bring light, take away this blood. Cry for Cameroon, yes they drop like rain this snow. Bring back peace to Bamenda side. Oh my country, I no go run, I go stand and fight. Use them lost, no future clear. Politicians they lie, they know they care. Pikin no go school, fear everywhere. Sorrow they heavy for the air. Families they mourn every day, new grave. People want talk, but them know they brave. Freedom they find, a chain we they wear. Oh Cameroon, who go there? On pray pour la paix, Seigneur, délivre-nous. Oui, des tailles, tout des softs, tailles, tout des lousses. Nos cœurs blessés, nos vies détruites. Mais l'espoir encore brille dans la nuit. Cry for Cameroon, cry for my home. Too much pain, we they cry alone. Bring us peace, bring us hope again. Cameroon, rise up from this pain. I hate Cameroon, suffer done too much, we they beg you, Lord. Peace must return, let love reign. On en la bouée à tout à la Yaoundé, one Cameroon, one love. One Cameroon, one love. Hey, oh mama Africa, Cameroon, my land, my pain. Listen, children they cry for the streets. Conscious they echo no peace. Mama they run, papa they hide. Home done burn, we no fit decide. Anglophone crisis tearing we apart. Northwest, southwest, they bleed from heart. Brothers turn enemies, village they burn. Oh Cameroon, where we go wrong. French. Pourquoi ça, mon pays pleure? La paix est partie, la peur demeure. Nos enfants souffrent, nos terres en feu. Seigneur, regarde, aide-nous mieux. Cry for Cameroon, cry for my land. Peace we they beg, we know they understand. Why the people, they fight their own blood? Oh Lord, bring light, take away this blood. Cry for Cameroon, yes, they drop like rain this snow. Bring back peace to Bamenda side. Oh my country, I no go run, I go stand and fight. Use them laws, no future clear. Politicians, they lie, they know they care. Pikin no go school, fear everywhere. Sorrow they heavy for the air. Families they mourn every day, new grave. People won't talk, but them know they brave. Freedom they far, not chain we they wear. Oh Cameroon, who go there? On pray pour la paix, Seigneur, délivre-nous. Oui, des tailles, tout des suffer, tailles, tout des lousses. Nos cœurs blessés, nos vies détruites. Mais l'espoir encore brille dans la nuit. Cry for Cameroon, cry for my home. Too much pain, we they cry alone. Bring us peace, bring us hope again. Cameroon, rise up from despair. Suffer down too much, we they beg you. This must return, let love reign.
All right, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Thank you all for being here today for another Saturday morning or evening or afternoon show with Project C. Deeply grateful for those of you that showed up here on time. We keep this jungle running just as a way to give people time to sign in, deal with technological challenges, and here we are, ready to go. We are going to have a really exciting session today where we're very, very honored to have a guest speaker with us that is internationally recognized, and she'll be bringing her perspective to the conversation here today. And when we get to that on our program today, we're going to introduce her. But we're very, very grateful, and we're looking forward to the conversation that we will have here today. Every Saturday, I think about this phrase from Martin Luther King, which talks about the fierce urgency of now. The fierce urgency of now. And at the same time, I recognize that change does not happen by magic, that it takes time, it takes work, it takes sacrifice, it takes commitment, it takes the dedication that you all show being here every Saturday. Also recognize that change will not necessarily happen because of the politics of our country. The change would happen when ordinary people, irrespective of their leadership positions that they occupy put the lives of 30 million Cameroonians ahead of every individual interest, every economic interest, every political interest. That's when change happens anywhere in the world. And so as we get together here today, our focus is not about politics. It's not about fighting against each other. It's about how we can come together. It's about community. It's about a shared vision, how we can develop a shared vision and how we can work together, take action towards achieving that shared vision. It is in this context that Project C comes together every Saturday, really continuing to push that mission of a peaceful transition and prosperity in our country, Cameroon. So I want to welcome you all to being here today and thank you for joining us and the continuous sacrifice. Je vais maintenant passer la parole à Léopold Zessu pour accueillir nos invités en français.
Merci beaucoup, Harry. Merci. Et nous sommes vraiment heureux et très honorés par notre bien aimable audience du samedi, et ainsi que sur toutes les autres plateformes partenaires. Mimi Mefo, Rebecca Emanchon, Bernard Galim et tous les autres. Nous sommes aussi très honorés d'avoir aujourd'hui la très respectée Marie-Roger Biloa qui va nous aider à éclairer un peu, à éclairer davantage l'opinion sur les actions que nous avons entreprises. Et tu l'as si bien dit, Harry, le changement, un nouveau Cameroun est possible? Oui, absolument oui, il est possible. Mais comme nous l'avons dit dans notre flyer, cela dépend de nous. Donc, nous invitons vraiment les Camerounais à prendre part à cet échange, à se prononcer le moment venu. Il y a la campagne sondage qui est lancée depuis une semaine et tu me feras l'honneur tout à l'heure, Harry, de présenter les résultats au fur et à mesure. Et le changement, le nouveau Cameroun que nous voulons tous, ce n'est pas une affaire de politiciens, en fait. Tu l'as bien dit, nous, on n'a absolument rien contre des individus, mais nous voulons un Cameroun nouveau pour aujourd'hui et pour les générations futures. Donc, c'est à cet échange-là que Marie-Roger nous fait vraiment l'honneur de participer. Et donc, voilà, nous pensons que le train est vraiment lancé et les prochains jours s'avèrent très intéressants en tout cas. Voilà ce qu'on peut dire, Henri. Et puis, il y en a qui continuent de se poser la question, est-ce que c'est vraiment possible? Eh bien, c'est oui. Parce qu'en fait, il y a toujours ce petit doute-là qui plane dans l'esprit des gens. On se dit, c'est pas possible. Pourquoi c'est maintenant? Ben, Harry, tu as pensé à Martin Luther King, avec raison, et moi je pense à Gandhi et à Schopenhauer, qui dit que ce que nous avons entrepris, toute révolution, c'est unique. Ça passe toujours par 3 étapes. Il faut bien me le rappeler. Au départ, on s'est dit, non, c'est pas possible, ça c'est ridicule. Ensuite, quand on franchit cette étape, on se dit, ah là, c'est dangereux, ça c'est dangereux. Est-ce que vous êtes sûr que vous allez aboutir? Et quand on franchit cette étape, après, tout le monde se rend compte que ben, c'était évident, il suffisait de commencer. Nous l'avons fait et nous allons y arriver dans l'intérêt de tous. Merci beaucoup, Harry, et bon samedi à tous.
Merci beaucoup, Leopold. Let me emphasize our gratitude to Mimi Mefo Info that is broadcasting this program live on YouTube and on Facebook and on X. And then we also extend our gratitude to Rebecca Enoncho for allowing us the broadcast live actually on her X channel each week. Believe it or not, each week we were looking at last week, we reached thousands and thousands of people who are either live watching the show or watch it after the show because it's online. Yeah, so if you look at the views, it's tens of thousands of people who watch this conversation, and we hope that in this groups of thousands of people who are watching, that somehow, somewhere, we are able to affect the minds of people. And I have a reminder that Beyond Africa podcast as well, with Benan Galim also broadcast this live. So there are people who are not on the Zoom right now, but who are out there, who are watching us. We want to thank you for faithfully watching the conversation that we're having. And we ask you to join in the conversation, to participate in the activities that we're conducting, to take ownership as well of the process. Le Cameroun vous appartient, ça nous appartient tous, et chacun de nous doit apporter quelque chose. Cette pierre qui sera qui va faire la fondation de notre pays. C'est ce qu'on est en train de construire. Et on devrait le faire ensemble. C'est ça l'objectif.
Et aussi un grand merci à Kingsley qui nous met tous les liens à disposition.
Qui est le magicien derrière tout.
Absolument.
Okay. Well, at this point, I'm going to invite Eric, who has been traveling, to join us. And
to say, as usual, traveling
as usual. To just contextualize, we always have this rubric with Eric to just contextualize what we are doing, because everything that we're doing is not happening in a vacuum. And we arrived at the conclusion on the project that we're working on out of conversations, out of experience, out of listening to you, but we're also observing everything that is happening on the African continent, and specifically in Cameroon, and to a larger extent the world. So Eric, welcome back.
Thank you, Ari, and thank you, Leopold. Thanks everybody for being here today. I told Ari when we discussed this that I am more excited about having Marie-Roger with us today and than anybody else he or Leopold or any one of us would have thought about for a variety of reasons. And I say this, and thank you, Marie-Roger, for accepting to be here. But more importantly, for understanding the mission. I know that if the reason I wanted us to the reason I was excited when I heard Marie-Roger had agreed to come was because nobody, I think, has the very few people in Cameroon have the credibility, the gravitas, and the ability to interpret to a critical audience the work that we're trying to achieve. So getting Marie-Roger to understand and agree to this is a very important first step in conquering the hearts and minds of the people that we will be working with to move this thing to the next level. So I thank you, Marie-Roger, for coming, and I thank you, Ari and Leopold, for taking this initiative to make sure that she's here with us today. It's been quite a week. I just got back a couple of hours ago from Abuja, but it was a long way back from Abuja to Addis Ababa to Marseille in France, and then from Marseille to where I am now, Manchester in the UK. And through that trip, the entire week played out both from the Cameroon perspective, but also from the African. And that's what, I want to zero in on today. I was in Nigeria for an initiative which honors, I guess, us in some ways, because, people have taken note of some of the things we're doing. And during that trip, which for me lasted just a day, I got to Nigeria on Wednesday, did what I had to do on Thursday, and then left on Friday to get here now. During that trip, the one thing that captured the imagination of most of the people, and there were people from all over Africa, what captured their imagination is when I spoke about our dreams for a new Cameroon. And I went on to talk about what we're doing. And there are lots of people now standing by, just, waiting to know how we see this through, and hopefully how we engage on similar issues with the rest of the continent. So I'm really, and I was, very positive about it. I told him, we know about the difficulties, we know about the challenges that lie ahead, but we are determined to do it because we believe that when Cameroonians, and I told everybody we're talking to the Biya and Senams, the motor taxi men, we're talking to the so-called intellectuals, we're talking to members of government, we're talking to everybody. When Cameroonians ultimately see a constitution that comes from the people, that comes from the ground up, I believe that we don't need a parliament to approve it. We don't. The force, the pressure from the ground will ensure that this work we are doing becomes part of the ultimate national conversation on who we are and how we are governed and how the future of our country is defined. Leopold, I'm just going to say what I have to say, and I'm counting on you to make the main points. And if you don't, I will do it, but I want you to do it.
I will do.
So I want to wrap everything around the discussions that I had in Abuja on part of Wednesday and on Thursday. We were there to, again, talk about the new Africa. So it's very related to this. And they were giving some awards, it's one of the reasons I went there. And naturally, the preoccupation with Cameroon is, I didn't know that people from Tanzania, from Namibia, from South Africa and other places, Ghana, Benin, they were so carried away by what's happening in Cameroon, and not in a very positive way. So when they heard of a solution to the Cameroon problem, or people working to propose a solution to the Cameroon problem, there was a lot of excitement. The attempted coup d'etat of last week made news. I'm sure most of you heard about it. Okay, yeah. There's anybody who hasn't heard about it, then please investigate it. But there was an attempted coup d'etat last week. By any definition of a coup d'etat. And you'd remember that on April 6, 1984, there was a coup attempt in Cameroon. And a lot of people paid with their lives for attempting to decide and impose a new government to the one that was in place. This was in 1984. A lot of people were killed after that. In 2026, June of 2026, there has clearly been an attempted coup d'etat. One person has been arrested, one. What is going to happen is open to question. We're looking at this, and a lot of people asked the question, what really is going on in Cameroon with regard to this? And the answer I gave was, Cameroon is searching for itself. And it will find itself. And when it does, it will show the rest of Africa the way. And I try to explain that. And I say it here because it's important we know what it is we're doing. It's important we know that our work is not just limited to the nation of Cameroon. It seeks to address the fundamental issues that as a people, Africans across the continent and the world are faced with. We have to figure out how we capture that and express it in ways that not only our people will understand, but those beyond our borders will also understand. It is said that, for those who may not have heard, that the attempt was to bring in one of the leaders of this essentially two, maybe three clans that are fighting for power in Cameroon. Maybe Marie-Roger will come back on this, maybe. But essentially, one of the leaders, it was an attempt by one of the camps to bring in their leader, one of their leaders, as the vice president. So you see again how the Constitution is being used to determine outcomes. And one of the things we're trying to resolve is precisely that. To ensure that our Constitution, the only solution that comes out after we're done with this work, is a solution to which the vast majority of Cameroonians sign up to, agree with. That is, otherwise we'll have situations like what we have this week, where a list of names would have been read on radio at 5 p.m. on Friday. That could have thrown everything we know about Cameroon today out the window and imposed a whole new set of unelected leaders. That's what was going to happen. That's what a coup d'etat is. Unpredictability, fragility, lack of stability, and the absence of the voice of the people. So we're hoping that what we do here will help the country avoid that, not only as of Friday, but going into the future, into eternity, if possible. It'll be a long-term solution. That's what we're working on. You know, in the discussions that were taking place, the participant from Namibia, a lady, talked about the fact that the leadership of Namibia, for those who don't know again, the leadership of Namibia today is essentially in female hands, in the hands of women. The president of Namibia is a woman. The vice president is a woman. The speaker of the National Assembly, the number 2 position in the country, is a woman. The head of national security and the police is a woman, and so on. And they got to this again. And this is why she was very excited about what we are doing. Not through a constitutional process. It's not inscribed in the Constitution as such. So it's a fragile arrangement. But by the force of will and the fact that this woman, the new president, had played a significant role during the fight for liberation. And when she came to power, she came with the credibility that has allowed her to do the many things she's trying to do now. So the Namibians were very excited about what we are trying to do. And this lady, who too is a leader in the country, was trying to get to the heart of what this effort, and to see how it could be replicated in her country at some point, moving forward, how they can involve all of Namibians into something that will be permanent, unchangeable, through the wings of a people. Something else that came up, and I think I initiated this, was a discussion about the changes that have taken place in Ethiopia. Again, somebody from Ethiopia was around. And we zeroed in on Ethiopian Airlines. Ethiopian Airlines and Cameroon Airlines. Ethiopian Airlines was much older, actually. They're 80 years old this year. So they started in 1946. That's when Ethiopian Airlines was started. But by 1970, when Cameroon Airlines was coming into being, Ethiopia had no more than 9 aircraft. And Cameroon quickly caught up. As a matter of fact, we had the first Boeing 747, the largest craft on earth at the time. The first to come to Africa was through Cameroon Airlines. So this person from Ethiopia was talking about how frightened Ethiopian Airlines was, how Cameroon would capture the market from them. And very quickly, Cameroon showed signs of becoming just that, with offices in Kenya, South Africa, Paris, London, Washington, and a number of other places. So we're building an amazing following across the continent and the world. Today, we don't even have an aircraft to talk about. Ethiopia has gone to 172. Just this month, they bought 3 Airbus 350s. Huge, the largest planes on the planet, commercial planes. So we moved in the opposite direction. And again, the absence of responsibility, the absence of governance, of good governance, is what explains that. For those who know the history of Khmer, you'd remember when Mr. Kodok became the chief executive officer of Cameroon Airlines, what he did, where he went to the village and just collected a number of young women and brought them into into Cameroon Airlines. And that was just I'm pointing to one little incident. There were many. And that destroyed a company which had all the promise. And the questions were, what happened to Cameroon Airlines? We knew about it. And I said, well, governance. We didn't have structures in place to impose a certain, like they've done with Ethiopian Airlines. Ethiopian Airlines became what it became because there were rules and regulations that had to be respected. It's true that partially it was under a military regime that recognized the need for that, to secure, to ring fence Ethiopian Airlines and make sure it doesn't suffer from the other issues in the country that had led to significant poverty in Ethiopia. But look at what has happened. Ethiopia has not only turned around Ethiopian Airlines, but the rest of the country. We're suffering energy problems in Cameroon. We have more hydraulic resources in Cameroon than Ethiopia. As a matter of fact, we're the third in Africa after the Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Lesotho, in terms of hydraulic potential. Cameroon is number 3, yet we don't have electricity. How are we going to industrialize? It will never happen. Again, this issue came up. in the discussions we had, in the conversations we had this week. So, you know, we try to understand, you know, how did Ethiopia, and I'll say this and end here, how did Ethiopia become so energy sufficient without a loan, without taking a loan? I was in the World Bank when they came for a loan for energy, and Egypt threatened that if that loan was given and Ethiopia did anything to impact the flow of waters from the Nile, Egypt made it clear to Washington, both the World Bank and the White House, that if anything were done to reduce the flow of the Nile into Egypt, you know, the Nile flows into Egypt, and the Nile is sourced from has two main sources. The White Nile that comes in from Uganda, from its source in Uganda, the White Nile, and the Blue Nile that comes in from Ethiopia, from the Ethiopian hills. And these flow into Egypt. And that is what has sustained Egypt over the centuries. So Egypt threatened. And when nobody would give a loan to Ethiopia for the one thing it needed the most, energy, so its economy could run, Ethiopia, the government at the time, is one of the smartest leaders we've ever had on the continent, Meles, turned to his people and said, if you want to see this country grow, then build that Gibe Dam. It's going to cost us X amount of money. And if everybody gave 10 birr, which at the time was maybe $1, if everybody did, we would be able to build this dam. And they did, and they built the dam. And go and see Addis today. Addis Ababa is growing into one of the most beautiful and the brightest countries on the continent because of the light, especially Addis at night. It's a scene to see. That's what could happen when people are decided. We cannot be the third country in Africa with hydraulic potential and not light Yaoundé and Douala. It's unacceptable, and no Cameroonian who thinks with pride of his country should accept this. So I think I've been talking for over 10 minutes. I'll stop there. With what we concluded in Abuja, that the problems of Africa are at two levels. The absence of leadership, which we're hoping through this constitution we could identify in Cameroon, the absence of leadership, and two, greed. That word was pronounced over and over, greed. So we have to figure out how we can redefine that value system around greed so we can resolve it in Cameroon. Thanks, guys. Oui, Monsieur Leopold.
Vraiment, Eric, you're not making it easy for me. Tu me facilites vraiment pas la tâche. Tu dis des choses avec autant d'émotion, autant de passion, et il est difficile de reproduire, mais je vais essayer.
Non, dis l'essentiel. Hein.
Voilà.
Peut-être tu peux réduire ça en 2 phrases ou 3.
Non. Je commence d'abord par les 2 derniers points que tu as cités, parce que cela permet d'expliquer tout ce qui précède. Le problème fondamental en Afrique se résume en deux choses. Premièrement, l'absence de leadership et deuxièmement, la cupidité. J'aurais dit la corruption parce que les deux sont liés. Tu as relaté ton bref séjour à Abuja. Il était question donc, à Abuja, tu as été amené à parler de ce que Project C est en train de faire en ce moment et qui intéressait d'ailleurs tout l'auditoire là-bas, qui était composé de gens venus de plusieurs pays africains, Tanzanie, Namibie, Ghana, Afrique du Sud et autres, et qui évidemment sont très intéressés par ce qui se passe au Cameroun et qui faisait donc des commentaires vraiment désobligeants, négatifs. Et évidemment, nous nous offrons un spectacle auprès du reste des pays africains. Et tu as dû donc expliquer cela et des gens se sont beaucoup, t'ont demandé en fait, est-ce que c'est possible de vraiment, c'est-à-dire la solution sur laquelle on est en train de réfléchir pour le Cameroun, le correspondant de Namibie a d'ailleurs dit qu'il était très intéressé par cette approche parce que nous pensons que si nous réussissons l'opération que nous sommes en train de mener en ce moment pour le Cameroun, une nouvelle constitution et autres, cela pourrait vraiment montrer la voie à beaucoup d'autres pays africains et la namibienne a dû clairement manifester son intérêt. Tu as aussi parlé de la tentative de coup d'État qui a eu lieu au Cameroun la semaine dernière, parce qu'en fait, c'en était une tentative de coup d'État. Tu as rappelé la tentative de coup d'État militaire, cette fois, d'avril 84, et puis celle de juin 2026, qui était beaucoup plus subtile que celle-là et tout à fait entre nous, observateurs, si la tentative de juin de ce mois aboutissait, cela pourrait aussi déboucher sur une situation beaucoup plus dure, armée. Il ne faut pas se le cacher parce que, juste un commentaire, et supposons que ce texte-là, ce décret a été lu, si ce décret avait été lu à la radio, on imagine tout le ramdam que cela aurait occasionné. Les nouveaux élus, les personnes nouvellement nommées, il aurait fallu les installer à la place des autres qui probablement auraient refusé de partir. Et ça, c'est un conflit que personne n'aurait pu facilement maîtriser. Donc, juste un petit commentaire à ce sujet. Pourquoi est-ce qu'au Cameroun, on continue d'envoyer les décrets à la radio? Dans d'autres pays, un nouveau gouvernement, il est élu par le secrétaire général de la présidence qui convoque la presse et puis on lit le texte et puis plus personne ne discute. C'est le cas en France, c'est le cas au Sénégal, c'est le cas dans plusieurs autres pays. Donc, cela pourrait nous servir aussi un tout petit peu de leçon. Et tu as aussi parlé donc du fait que le Cameroun se cherche en ce moment, et ça c'est clair, et nous pensons que un certain nombre de... Le changement que nous souhaitons au Cameroun, tu as parlé de l'échange avec l'Éthiopien, le représentant de l'Éthiopie, et qui a donc parlé, par exemple, du cas de la Camer. Alors, quand on parle d'Éthiopie, on voit Ethiopian Airlines, qui est une compagnie qui vient de fêter ses 80 ans, puisqu'elle a démarré en 1986. Et aujourd'hui, Ethiopian a une flotte de 172 avions et venait d'acquérir 2 gros porteurs tout récemment. Pendant que la Camer, qui a démarré en 71 et qui avait démarré vraiment très fort, quand on se souvient qu'on est sorti de Air Afrique pour créer cette compagnie, et on avait la fierté d'avoir le premier 747 en Afrique, notre fameux combi. Et les ambitions que le Cameroun avait avec sa Camer étaient telles que nous couvrions l'essentiel des pays dans le monde. On allait aux États-Unis, on allait en France, on allait dans la plupart des capitales africaines. Et on avait une flotte assez intéressante à l'époque qui nous permettait de faire et les longs et les moyens courriers. Alors, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé pour que la Camer descende aussi bas au point de devenir pratiquement la risée de tous les autres pays? On t'a demandé qu'est-ce qui s'est passé avec la Camer. Évidemment, c'est pas facile d'apporter des réponses à cela. Mais nous convenons que nous avons clairement un manque de responsabilité. Nous avons un problème de gouvernance. Et dans ce problème de gouvernance, on peut forcément noter celui de personne aussi, parce que the right man at the right place, trouver la bonne personne pour la placer au bon endroit, ça, c'est la chose qui nous a le plus manqué et qui continue d'ailleurs de nous faire défaut jusqu'aujourd'hui. Et la tentative de coup d'État en est encore un des reflets, puisque à l'analyse, compte tenu des camps qui se battent, si le nom qui avait été porté à la vice-présidence convenait à ceux qui sont chargés de lire ce communiqué, est-ce qu'ils ne l'auraient pas lu? Et qu'est-ce que cela aurait entraîné? C'est autant de questions que l'on est en droit de se poser. Donc, cette bataille de clans montre clairement un déficit de gouvernance et un problème de leadership et la cupidité et la corruption que tu as donné à la fin de ton propos. Eric, voilà un tout petit peu ce que j'ai ramassé, si tu peux.
Tu as amélioré tout ce que j'ai dit. Merci beaucoup.
Oh, je t'en prie.
Okay.
Merci beaucoup, Leopold, to have captured all of that. I also, there's so much when we think about how much we have lost as a country, how much was built and how much was lost in the process. And this explains exactly why we believe that the only way to move forward is to rethink Cameroon. A new Cameroon is possible. Or the question that we're asking, is a new Cameroon possible? And we're responding to that in the affirmative, that a new Cameroon is possible. And it's possible only if we Cameroonians decide on the kind of Cameroon that we want. And we work together to achieve it. That's why this once and for all campaign. I am in the United States. And next weekend on July 4th, the United States will celebrate 250 years. 250 years of a declaration that was made by ordinary people, farmers, traders, accountants, lawyers, teachers, who came together and decided to create a union that was imperfect at its creation, continues to be imperfect, but with every year that has gone by, it continues to work towards that perfection. But it's based on a set of ideals, core principles that have built institutions that in those institutions have endured beyond the founders, the people who met to sign that declaration. They have given us, some of us who have come from distant shores, the right to exist and prosper in the United States, not because they imagined, they never knew the name Ari Benson would walk the grounds of the United States, but they created the environment that allowed generations of people from all over the world to survive and prosper here in the United States. Why can this not be possible? Why can this not be us? Why can this not be the story of Cameroon 100 years from now? That people, ordinary people, came together and put forth a declaration that will define what Cameroon would look like in the next 100 years. Why can this not be the moment that we choose to write our own story and history that the world will read and appreciate? That children will be born into and live a prosperous life, not because we knew their names, not because we came from the same tribe as us, not because we speak the same language, not because we are friends to their family members. No, but because they are human beings that deserve the dignity of belonging and prospering and participating in the development of a country that has a clear vision to ensure that its people live together in harmony. Why can this not be the moment where we bury the ghosts of the past, the conflicts that have taken place, the lives that have been lost, villages that have been razed and burned down? Why can this not be the moment where we say, let's put behind us the burdens of our past and embrace the opportunities of a new tomorrow? That is the essence of the conversation that we're having. And this is what Once and For All Cameroon is, Once and For All campaign is about. It's about a new Cameroon, one that is possible if we work together. And in doing this, we're not talking to only intellectuals, we're talking to everybody. We want everybody to be part of this process, to own the process. It doesn't matter how many degrees you have. It doesn't matter if you've never set foot in a classroom. What matters is that you originate from Cameroon and you want to see a bright future for Cameroon. We have been trying to be creative, to engage people in all ways possible. And so one of the things that we have done, and I'm going to premiere it here today, is a music video. So last week we played in English and in French, and somewhere we're going to play the French one in English, but today we just wanted to start to introduce this campaign using the music video in Pidgin English so that this can reach everybody across the country. Whilst you enjoy the music, I'm going to ask that you do a favor to us, because in this show today, we're going to also be showing you the first results of the surveys that we've been taking. So if you're here today, please also take the survey so that we can have more people contributing to it. So whilst I play the music, please, as you're listening and watching, take the survey. The music this time is going to be, like I said, we're going to have it in Pidgin English. So let's see how that works out. But we're grateful to Ben Zama for working on this. We're grateful to the Cameroonians who worked on the video in Cameroon. We're not going to call names to make sure everybody stays safe. But this is fascinating. And I hope that the music makes us reflect and get involved in this process. Here we go.
Plenty years them don't pass, Cameroonians don't watch hope sleep for we hand. Them they take decision for we future. For backdoor them, we vice don't drown for power and politics. Time and time again, them don't tell we who we be and where till we must accept. Camerooni destiny. Now that people them don't shape up. Cameroonians them do wake up now, and them the ask for change. What kind of country do we want? Cameroon for all man. Waiting make we Cameroon. Now waiting to unite. The soul of Cameroon is shared. No be by waiting to divide, but by what unites us. Now waiting to bring we together. Hey. What kind of country do we want? Cameroon for all man. Waiting make we Cameroon. Now waiting to unite way. Now waiting to unite way. Oh, hey. Imagine one movement, no be for politicians, not for the people. Imagine every corner for this country, every hamlet, every village, every town, every city, every region. Rise together for one purpose, no be for election, no be for power, not for one nation, once and for all. Imagine say country past self, love past hate. Cameroon no be be tribe, no be language, no be region. What kind country do we want?
Cameroon for all man.
Waiting, make we Cameroonian.
Now waiting the unite way.
The soul of Cameroon is shared.
No be by waiting the divide way.
Or by what unites us.
Now waiting the bring we together.
This not be dream. This not Project C. Imagine street vendors, them, motorcycle, taxi drivers, them, trade unions, them, traditional rulers, them, professionals, them, and diaspora, them. All man, they work together for every place, for something where big pass anyone person. For the first time with the people, go come together for answer the hardest and most important questions. How we go finally bury the ghosts for the past and create one future where every citizen belongs. For the next 4 months,
we go listen,
we go debate,
we go draft new constitution.
One way show with diversity, we dream,
with determination,
for build Cameroon, for dignity, peace,
and prosperity.
What kind country do we want?
Cameroon for all.
Waiting, make we Cameroon.
Now waiting the unite.
No more decisions made for us.
Without you.
No more waiting for permission to hold.
Time don't reach.
A new Cameroon is possible.
Yes, it's possible.
Join the movement for a new Cameroon. Hey!
Make we build up together.
Hey! No be we colonial past. Go determine we. Now we common future. Hey! This not Project C. This not movement. We're born from the people. For the people. Woo! New Cameroon possible.
Make we build up together.
Cameroon for all man.
Now we're to the united. Now we're to the united.
Cameroon for all man.
Now we're to the united.
Well, that is the jingle for the movement, and we did this in English, in French, and now in Pidgin, and we're looking at other languages for Fulbe and other languages. So we keep the music going, and we keep talking to the people, and we keep asking you, the people, to take ownership of it, of the process. Please, if you are just joining us, the survey links are in the chat. Please take the survey. It is fascinating, the results that we're seeing, and it's really telling us how important and necessary an initiative like this is. So if you want your voice to be heard, this is the moment. If you're looking for an opportunity to contribute to the development of Cameroon, this is the moment to just do very little action that's going to make a huge impact. Like I say, it is the little drops of water that form the formidable force of the mighty.
Absolument. Ça, le sondage ne prend que 3-4 minutes. Hein. C'est tellement rapide. Mais les résultats, comme tu le dis, c'est très expressif. Ça parle. Mais j'ai l'impression que Uncle Ben, ça un peu veut nous rendre jaloux. La version en pidgin semble encore plus enlevée que le version. Donc, la version Foufoulde, s'il y pense, ça risque d'être encore... Non, je crois que c'est très entraînant et les résultats que tu vas nous présenter là sont l'occasion, comme tu le disais, où chaque Camerounais de se prononcer. La voix de chacun doit compter. C'est vraiment important. C'est 3-4 minutes, hein, le sondage. Et c'est anonyme. Anonyme. Très important de le rappeler.
That's very important because we had the choice to decide to collect data, but we decided not to because we want this to be anonymous. We don't want anybody to know who is responding, when they are responding, how they are responding. And it's not only, I know, for those of you listening, this is not only going to be limited to these conversations online. We're building a mighty, peaceful army on the ground in Cameroon that's going to encourage people to take these surveys. And we're going to talk a little bit about that once we present the initial results. But for now, I think it's time for us to bring in our honored guest, and I'll turn this over to you, Leopold.
C'est l'occasion d'écouter l'éclairage de la très respectée Marie-Roger. Merci une fois de plus de nous faire l'honneur de ta présence. Merci Marie-Roger. Quelles sont tes premières impressions de tout cela? Toi qui es une habituée déjà de ces procédures.
Merci. D'abord, je dois m'excuser de mettre une image fixe parce que je suis dans un endroit où c'est un peu précaire et je préfère m'assurer que j'ai la connexion jusqu'au bout et ne pas trop en demander trop à
la vidéo.
Voilà, au système. Donc, de temps en temps, peut-être, je peux mettre une image en direct, mais voilà. Donc, je peux faire la sécurité au live de l'image. So, first, I want to thank you really, really for what you're doing. So let me greet everyone I see, Elizabeth, Eric, Are, Leopold, and all the others I don't see right now. You know, I really want to commend Eric Changing for this initiative. He's not alone, but the person I met back in May 2025, you know, Eric told me about this project. And this is so important to bear in mind that whatever we do, we will need time. There will be no quick fix. And, you know, week after week, I've been following you. I see how you are building a momentum, you are building, you know, informing and really showing the background, showing a way, having a vision, and really reminding people that not because we had a botched election, a rigged election, that the person who won election was forced into exile, and that now we just despair and not move forward. So I think this is very important. The fight is going on, and whatever we do, we will need to have a vision. We will need to, you know, whoever comes to power will need to build foundations for our country, which are totally broken by now. Donc, je repasse au français. Vraiment, ce que je trouve d'abord primordial, c'est d'insister sur le fait que le combat continue. Je ne le dis pas à vous parce que Project C ne s'est pas arrêté depuis avant les élections, comme je l'ai dit, mai 2025. Je me souviens, je suis avec Eric à Paris et il me dit, il faut que nous ayons, nous les citoyens, notre mot à dire sur cette élection. On veut faire un portrait robot du président idéal pour notre pays. On va, et voilà, on va faire quelque chose. Il faut qu'on soit actif et depuis, ça ne s'est pas arrêté. Et l'une des préoccupations ou, je dirais, les écueils de l'action citoyenne, c'est justement qu'elle s'épuise vite. Et elle est face à des pouvoirs, des systèmes en place qui ont tous les moyens qu'on sait et qui ont surtout cette forte volonté de rester, de durer contre vents et marées par rapport à je dirais, des mouvements qui peuvent être disparates, qui peuvent être forts par moments comme des vagues dans la mer, mais après qui s'échouent sur la plage sans laisser des effets durables. Donc, c'est vraiment important le travail que vous faites. J'insiste beaucoup sur ça parce que quel que soit tous ceux qui, ici et là, s'engagent ou pensent qu'ils doivent faire quelque chose, il faut qu'ils sachent que c'est un travail de longue haleine. Oui. Et qu'il doit être structuré. Il y a pas mal de conditions. Une élection, si elle avait été reconnue, ça a réglé, ça a réglé les problèmes, n'est-ce pas? C'est ce que nous voulions. Le peuple a parlé, on a un résultat, on le respecte. Ce n'est pas le cas, mais le Cameroun ne s'arrête pas, n'est-ce pas? Bon, donc comment on continue? Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Et ça, c'est la préoccupation, je dirais, de tous les Camerounais. Donc ça, c'est le premier point. Bon, je sais que Léopold traduit, alors je ne sais pas, vous me dites si je...
Non, c'est très bien. C'est très
alors,
bien.
la première...
C'est très bien, après avoir appelé
ouais.
le portrait robot du président idéal, maintenant nous sommes dans le portrait, dans la constitution idéale que nous voulons pour le Cameroun.
Oui,
absolument.
absolument.
Et nous invitons donc les Camerounais vraiment à y prendre part et vraiment c'est important que tu soulignes l'importance justement du fait que le combat continue et Project C avec.
Tout à fait. Alors, donc, depuis, j'aimerais quand même, comme a fait Eric, et vous tous les trois d'ailleurs, parler un petit peu du contexte pour éclairer un peu les choses comme je les vois. Donc, nous sommes à près de 8 mois, 6 plus 3, 9 mois pratiquement, d'une élection, de l'élection présidentielle qui a eu lieu en 2025, octobre 2025. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'on constate? Le Cameroun n'est pas le seul pays, ni au monde, ni en Afrique, ni dans le monde, où les élections sont truquées, où le résultat est volé et où la volonté populaire est confisquée. Mais ce qui est, à mon avis, totalement unique au Cameroun, mais vraiment unique, c'est que après cela, des gens qui se sont battus pour ne pas respecter la volonté populaire, qui voulaient le pouvoir à tout prix, ne l'exercent pas. Donc, je pense à un des exemples les plus abominables que nous avons vécu ces derniers temps, c'est les élections en Tanzanie, où les trucages, on ne sait pas, ça s'est passé dans des conditions d'irrégularité énormes, incontestables, et surtout, la répression a fait des milliers de morts. Les Tanzaniens sont sortis massivement pour protester, pour réclamer leur victoire. Ils ont été accueillis par une répression atroce, féroce, et qui a terrorisé aujourd'hui encore, les Tanzaniens vivent dans la peur. Mais quand même, si on regarde tout ça, on a à la fin quelqu'un qui a confisqué le pouvoir, mais qui l'exerce, qui est là. Bien ou mal, là n'est même pas la question. Tout à l'heure, Eric parlait de son expérience en parlant avec d'autres Africains, tu vois, à Abuja, Abuja, où il apparaît que l'un des problèmes prioritaires que rencontrent les pays africains, c'est le manque de leadership. Alors, moi, je voudrais corriger ou préciser même ce que les gens veulent dire. Quand ils disent lack of leadership, en fait, ils veulent dire bad leadership. C'est-à-dire, on a un leadership, mais il est mauvais. C'est au Cameroun qu'il y a vraiment lack of leadership. C'est un pays acéphale, il n'y a pas de président. Et au moment où nous parlons, il est en Suisse, on ne sait pas s'il va revenir ou pas, qui dirige le pays, personne. C'est-à-dire, cette situation existait déjà avant les élections, c'est pour ça qu'il y a eu un vote massif de rejet et de répudiation de ce régime qui n'était plus là, que par la clique qui continue à profiter de ce vide au sommet de l'État. Maintenant, on a tout ce que les Camerounais ont rejeté au moment des élections n'a fait que s'aggraver. On a tous les jours encore les détournements de fonds publics chaque fois que c'est possible, malgré la crise financière et la confiance qui s'est totalement effondrée et la difficulté pour l'État à s'endetter. Chaque fois que c'est possible, ceux qui ont confisqué ce régime, qui considèrent que le Cameroun leur appartient, continuent comme si de rien n'était, comme s'il n'y a pas eu d'élection, comme s'il n'y a pas eu ce régime massif, et continuent pareil. Tout ce qui était chancelant s'est effondré. C'est-à-dire, vous pouvez prendre tous les indicateurs, ça va de mal en pire. Donc, je crois que les Camerounais aujourd'hui sont même épuisés d'entendre égrener les problèmes qu'il y a au Cameroun. Ils les connaissent, ils n'en peuvent plus. Ils veulent des solutions. Que faisons-nous? Et c'est ce que propose Project C, qui est, à mon avis, parmi les initiatives que je connais, la seule qui maintient un cap sur la durée sans fléchir. Je connais d'autres, les Camerounais essaient de s'engager comme ils peuvent, mais vraiment, Project C a une structure, une colonne vertébrale et continue un chemin qui va continuer à agréger le plus de Camerounais possible, et notamment le projet de constitution. Alors, pour dire un mot sur ça, il est bien évident que aujourd'hui, avoir un projet de constitution par le peuple et comment dire, ça donne une vision, ça donne un projet et ça donne un objectif. Ça permet aux Camerounais de se rappeler que le changement qu'ils souhaitent, eux, ne peut arriver que par leur propre action. Parce qu'il peut y avoir des changements, mais ce ne sera pas forcément ce qu'ils veulent. On a entendu parler l'histoire de la tentative de coup d'État. Là, c'est des choses absolument ahurissantes qui se passent au Cameroun. On continue à... Voilà, on a eu ce ratage, c'est-à-dire cette pantalonnade du Nord. On n'a absolument aucune conséquence, pas de blâme. Qui est responsable de ça? Et quelles sont les mesures qui sont prises contre les gens qui sont responsables de cette escroquerie? C'est comme tout ce qu'on a vu. Il y a un scandale, on en parle beaucoup dans la presse et puis ça retombe. Et il n'y a pas de conséquences, c'est l'impunité totale, c'est l'absence de réaction, voilà, comme je dis, personne n'est responsable de rien puisqu'il n'y a plus de dirigeants. C'est un pays...
Qu'est-ce qui pourra empêcher que cela se reproduise? Toujours rien, comme tu le dis.
Exactement. Est-ce qu'on est à l'abri d'une répétition de ce genre? Non, non, bien sûr que non, parce qu'il n'y a absolument rien de fait. C'est pour ça que je dis, moi, personnellement, je suis en deuil de mon pays. I'm mourning Cameroon. Je suis en deuil. Chaque fois, Eric parlait des réactions. Moi, je peux vous en donner tous les jours. J'essaie de ne même plus signaler que je suis camerounaise parce que tout ce qui me revient est un boomerang et comme une insulte pour laquelle je n'ai pas de solution immédiate. J'étais à Dubaï il y a quelque temps. Je visite un musée. Il y a un musée futuriste, musée du futur, le monde tel qu'il sera demain, etc., qui est déjà un très bel ouvrage d'architecture à plein Dubaï. Et je rencontre une famille africaine, je suis contente de les voir. Ah, bonjour, comment vous allez? On se parle. Ils me disent qu'ils viennent de Tanzanie. Ah, oui, du Cameroun. Première chose qu'ils me disent, ah, mais your president is 100 years old, right? Je dis, bon, peut-être pas tout à fait ça, mais ça. Why does he want to leave? Bon, voilà. Alors, la discussion parle. Mais c'est à tous les niveaux, sans arrêt. Voilà l'image du Cameroun. Un pays immobile, un pays où un président âgé surtout et qui ne dirige plus se cramponne à la tête de l'État, et en corollaire, un pays où la population ne se rebelle pas, la population ne fait rien. Comment est-ce possible? Pourquoi vous laissez faire ça chez vous? C'est une question qui va avec. Donc, je crois que l'approche de Projexi est totalement, fortement encouragée. Et je dirais que sur la base des expériences réelles, une constitution qui serait initiée par le peuple est certes possible, que celui où des citoyens ordinaires rédigent seul un texte, mais c'est un mythe. Ça, ce n'est pas un mythe, c'est pas comme ça que ça peut se faire. L'histoire, parce que l'histoire montre que les constitutions qui sont pilotées par les citoyens ont pu réussir. Hein, on connaît quelques exemples, comme en Islande et surtout l'Afrique du Sud. L'Afrique du Sud, mais ce n'était pas une approche directe où on demande aux gens de rédiger. Ça se fait toujours. Il y a un certain nombre de conditions. Ouais, c'est-à-dire cette espèce de crowdsourcing pur, il échoue. Il ne marche pas. Il ne faut pas marcher parce que il faut une co-construction structurée. Et donc, il y a un travail préalable et il y a une chose qui est désagréable à entendre, mais il faut d'abord obtenir l'adhésion des élites, ce qu'on appelle les élites. C'est une vérité qui dérange. Une constitution ne vaut rien si l'armée, le Parlement même, Eric a dit on n'a pas besoin d'eux, ou ceux qui détiennent des lambeaux ou des partis du pouvoir l'ignorent. Il faut, à un moment donné, il faut un déclencheur juridique, c'est-à-dire un référendum constitutionnel, voilà, quelque chose qui oblige le gouvernement à se soumettre, tu vois, non même pas à se soumettre, mais à soumettre ce texte à un vote national. Donc, voilà, j'ai étudié un peu la question et ça ne se fait jamais directement. Il faut plusieurs étapes. Il faut des assemblées locales, voilà, des milliers de petites réunions dans les villages, ou même numériquement, voilà, c'est numérique, où les citoyens votent sur des principes, etc. D'ailleurs, on leur pose des questions. Le président doit-il avoir une limite de mandat, par exemple? La santé doit-elle être un droit, par exemple? Dit oui, non, voilà des choses précises. Et puis, ces assemblées locales élisent des délégués. Vous voyez, donc ça peut être un certain nombre, ou je ne sais pas, 50, 100, ça dépend. Mais ce qui est important de noter, de retenir, c'est que c'est graduel. Il y a des assemblées locales, ensuite il y a des qui élisent des délégués, ensuite il y a des comités d'experts. Enfin, c'est une ingénierie qui prend du temps, Parce que je sais que au Burkina Faso, quand nous suivions beaucoup Thomas Sankara, il y avait des velléités comme ça de faire agir le peuple directement. Eh bien, ça ne peut pas marcher pour diverses raisons. L'une d'entre elles étant que quand on dit le peuple, c'est qui le peuple? C'est des gens, des fois, qui ne sont pas en mesure de participer au type d'exercice qu'on leur demande, c'est-à-dire écrire quelque chose ou rédiger quelque chose. Mais à la base, ils peuvent participer à des réunions pour dire ce qu'ils pensent sur des questions bien précises. C'est-à-dire des questions bien précises qui sont importantes dans une constitution. Voilà. Donc, il y a une méthodologie. Bon, ben ça, on peut y réfléchir de manière détaillée, mais je voulais juste donner cet avis pour montrer qu'il y a une médiation dedans. Il n'y a rien de direct, c'est-à-dire le vote direct, le peuple direct. C'est toujours, il y a une médiation et surtout, il faut avoir, une fois qu'on a quelque chose qui tient la route, qui prend un certain temps, comme on l'a vu, il faut coopter les élites, il faut être en contact avec ce qu'on appelle le pouvoir, parce que ça ne peut pas passer sans. Voilà, il faut les amener à accepter, voilà. Et ça se fait normalement, évidemment, avec des élans populaires. Là. Une fois qu'on arrive à constituer un mouvement puissant, il est difficile de l'ignorer. Donc, voilà quelques réflexions que j'avais à partager à ce stade.
Tout à fait. Merci beaucoup, Marie-Roger. C'est l'approche effectivement, et effectivement celle-là, cette structuration-là, à quelques petits détails près. Le cas, par exemple, pris pour Thomas Sankara et autres, là, c'était vraiment ton at the top. Là, c'était c'était une volonté venant du chef. Mais dans le contexte du Cameroun, où tu as justement bien fait de rappeler que on pourrait plutôt parler de lack of leadership. Cela me rappelle un cours qui nous avait permis de savoir qu'il existait aussi des toxic leadership, c'est-à-dire des gens qui ont une ingénierie pour pouvoir vraiment détourner et manipuler. Mais dans le cas de l'approche constitutionnelle, nous nous sommes dit le moyen le plus, et puis sachant quel est l'état d'esprit qui prévaut en ce moment, le triste cas de la Tanzanie, à une autre échelle, comme tu le sais, s'est déroulé aussi au Cameroun au lendemain des élections. Il y en a qui sont encore en prison. Donc, cela est de nature à susciter de la peur. D'où notre approche par la voie des sondages. Et les deux formes de sondage, il y a une version plus longue et une version un peu plus courte, pour essayer de collecter effectivement les avis des gens. Êtes-vous d'accord pour la limitation de mandat, comme tu l'as dit? Mais on envisage une convention constitutionnelle à laquelle le leadership actuel camerounais sera clairement invité. C'est-à-dire que on pense à la primature, on pense au secrétaire général à la présidence, on pense à des parlementaires, on pense à des sénateurs. Ils seront dûment conviés. C'est vraiment clair. Il faudrait vraiment que tous les Camerounais, sans exclusive, prennent part à ce projet-là.
Allez, can I?
Sure.
Please, Eric, go ahead. Yeah.
Merci beaucoup, Marie-Roger. Enfin, je crois que tout le monde a compris pourquoi il fallait absolument que tu te prononces sur cette initiative, que tu en fasses partie et que tu prennes aussi le leadership. Ce que je voulais souligner en réaction à ce que tu as dit, surtout le dernier point qui est capital à mon avis, c'est que ce travail que nous sommes en train de faire, c'est pour les Camerounais, pour leur dire que autre chose est possible, pour leur dire que cette initiative est une initiative du peuple. Prenez donc le résultat, le produit de fin, et faites de ça ce que vous voulez. Alors, donc, la première étape, c'est à surmonter, c'est d'avoir quelque chose que les gens peuvent regarder et voir que cet autre Cameroun est possible. Sans ça, c'est du bavardage. Nous voulons aller au-delà du bavardage. Nous voulons avoir un document. Et je dis ceci, c'est un document pour le cas. Le monde, en 250 ans, s'est inspiré d'un document qui était écrit par les Américains, la déclaration de l'indépendance américaine. Ce document était écrit par des gens de tous les jours, des gens qui avaient des esclaves et des esclaves eux-mêmes. C'est un mélange de tout le monde.
Cultivateurs.
Tout le monde y était. Et ils ont réussi à faire un document qui inspire tout le monde aujourd'hui. Donc, nous voulons d'abord avoir notre document qui, avec un peu de chance, va inspirer non seulement les Camerounais, mais aussi les Africains. Est-ce que les parlements vont adopter? On n'en sait rien. Pour le moment, ayons le document. Et puis, faisons la promotion du document. Et puis, voici les hommes politiques, les femmes politiques, la population va l'adopter et que la pression viendra donc pour la réalisation ou la mise en œuvre de ce document. Donc, allons étape par étape. Sans ce document, sans rien, il ne s'agit que du bavardage. Et c'est ce que nous voulons éviter. Ari, maybe you just want to repeat this.
Yes.
Say it better than I usually do.
No. I want to thank Marie-Roger for giving us the opportunity to emphasize this, because the survey is just the beginning and it's just part of the process. And the more people take the survey, the more weight, the more gravitas it's going to have. That's one. But it's also going to tell us what the people are thinking. In reality, what the people want, what they expect. But it will not end with the survey, because the next step is the long form survey, which is going to be with focus groups, where we're really going to be talking to trade unions, to associations, to traditional rulers, and have a conversation with them. But let me also say, even for the surveys, whilst it is digital, and there's a reason why we're making it digital, because we don't want to put anybody on the ground at risk. In real time, anyone who takes the survey, we get the results immediately. It's anonymous, and nobody is exposed to any risk from government or anything. But we also have the biggest resource we have in Cameroon is our youth, it's young people, and we have to capitalize on that. We are working, we started training this week with a group that's going to constitute about 1,000 young people that are going to be spread all over the country, who will knock on doors, who would go to market squares, who would go to Njangi groups, who would go to churches, who would go to hospitals, who would ask people to take this survey. And if those people are contributing and taking the survey, they too are participating in building the kind of Cameroon that we want. Then we're going to do these focus groups with various associations, various community leaders, various individuals, because we want them to contribute their voice. And it's going to be a more detailed one-on-one conversations in the long form survey. And after that, we're going to begin what we are doing today. We want to go on television or on YouTube and have debates with people with varying opinion. Let's debate it. Let's argue. Let's disagree. But let's come out of that with one vision. And if we go through this exercise, we're hoping that at some point we can bring together delegates, to your point, people from all walks of life to one place in Africa, and we can take all of the information that we have gathered, invite experts, invite the elite to say, let's put this now in writing. This is what the people of Cameroon want, a shared vision for Africa. In this process, I have learned something. Too often, the West has said to Africans that we must govern by democracy. But the only thing the West taught Africans was dictatorship. That's the only thing, because that's what colonialism was. It was dictatorship. So naturally, everything we have seen in the last 65 years was exactly what the West taught us, right? And now this is the moment for us to express ourselves in the way that we want to be led and let the people speak. That's the process. Once we have, if we can build this and come up with a document that the people see themselves as having participated in writing, it will be up to us, each one of us, to bring this to life. How we do this, how they do that, how we all do it, we will cross that bridge when we get there. But in the meantime, this is what we hope and have to build together. We must also reconcile with ourselves. So we must create the opportunities to forgive one another, so that for those who have been hurt in this process, they too, we have to know the pain that they have felt. And those who have hurt them need to have the opportunity to turn the page and say, I'm sorry. That's also one aspect of what we are looking at, is a reconciliation that will enable us to put behind the past and move forward. And that's the third phase before the Constitutional Convention, is this conversation about reconciliation that goes as far back as the fight for independence of Cameroon. And all of those conversations need to be held for us to move forward. And so your experience having, you've interviewed many of the African leaders over the years. You've seen the continent evolve. Only in our case, we have gone backwards instead of moving forward. But there are countries that have been moving forward based on leadership, based on a clear vision. You know, we're seeing what is happening in Benin now. And so, you know, the question now, Marie-Roger, that I think, and I think you touched a little bit about this, is that so many Cameroonians, especially in the diaspora, feel discouraged. They're disillusioned with, you know, many of them thought, you know, an election was going to happen and there will be a new president. But even with the new president, this work that we are doing has to be done at some point. And maybe we're just helping move this country forward, because Cameroon will never prosper if this work is not done. So how can we encourage the diaspora not to give up, to join us, to support us, to be part of something that will give hope to our people?
Yeah, if I may, I totally agree with you, and I understand better the process, and I really, really support it. I want just to also give an example of a people's constitution, which has proven to be a real success. I mean, an example, you know, very often cited and mentioned all of us as something we should do, and the way you could do it is the South African Constitution. It was also, as you know, after in the backdrop of broken country, segregation, racism, and I think maybe that not racism, we don't call it racism in our country, but you can say tribalism or whatever you want, and which had deeply divided the country. And also, as you said, there is a need to forgive to some people in the process, you know, and I think you have it all right. Forward, the Cameroonians will need to understand better what doing and how relevant, how it is. You know, we cannot go on with one from with one step.
Marie-Roger, we're having some challenges with your network, or maybe I hope it's not just mine.
Oh,
No, we
do
lost
you hear me?
Okay.
We lost you for a moment there. Oh, we lost her. I
Ouais.
think maybe the best thing would be for her to go in and come out. And Elizabeth, it looks like whilst we're waiting for Marie-Roger, we'll have you come in and.
She's the new star of the show that we've been missing for so long, right?
Je voulais lui souhaiter justement la bienvenue. Bienvenue chez toi.
Merci. Well, here is Marie-Roger. I think I let her finish her thoughts.
Tout à fait.
Yeah, she's already here.
Oh, she's back. Okay.
Yeah, she's back.
Yes. Oh, that's terrible. That's I know I'm in a problem zone, in a very precarious place, and okay, it happens to be that way. So I hope we will make it work at least until the end of our conversation. So, well, I was just supporting the idea and giving the examples of South Africa where we had similar issues, like a broken country, divided country. And I said, in the case of South Africa, they spoke about racism. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes.
Alwalu,
Oui,
do you
tout à
hear
fait.
me?
Yeah.
Okay.
C'est parfait, c'est bon.
Yeah, in the case of South Africa, the issue was racism, but in our country, we can call it tribalism, you can call it whatever you want, but people are divided, people are hurt, and many of them need to be forgiven in the process. There are many people who will seek forgiveness, and all this has to be part of the process. So I fully agree, and well, that's what I can say for now.
Yeah. Thanks, Marie-Roger. I know you mentioned earlier that people expect change to happen quickly, right? And particularly the Cameroonian diaspora, which we believe has enormous power, enormous capacity to actually lead a peaceful transition like what we are trying to do. But many people feel disillusioned and discouraged. Is there a message that you would have for them that would encourage them to keep the fight going, keep marching on, keep hoping, and keep working?
Okay, I say I would tell my compatriots, just look around you. There was no change. There are only two ways to get change. Either, let's say, in our case, we forget about elections because it doesn't work. So in that situation, with the situation in which we are now, there are only two ways to get elections. Either through a military coup or through civil commitment and massive people commitment, which is a long is a long way, is a long process, which needs to be sustained and organized, whatever you want. Nobody will bring change for us. So in the case, I know they are so desperate that I was speaking with friends who's been, committed to supervising elections, monitoring elections, and they were all disappointed as we saw what happened. And they are so desperate that one of my best friends was telling me, when I said, look at what is happening, one of the clan, which is maybe better organized than the other, will manage to seize power through tricks and shenanigans and whatever. They would do this and that. And you know what she told me? Please go ahead. They should go ahead so that we have change anyway. And that person was the one to say, never ever, we don't want those people around. And another one was telling me, you see that organizing as citizens doesn't lead us nowhere. I said, no, it's not true. Look at this. Look at Gabon. What did change the situation after 50 years of the Gabon, of the Bongo rules? It was a military coup. But I'm telling them, listen, if we go this path, we could go along that path. There's only a military who can overthrow another military. So you hand over the country to them and you don't know where we are heading to. Look at Mali. They said, well, we come for national salvation or whatever you want. First, he started that, yes, you need to give a timeline for the transition. I think they said first 18 months, but then they changed that'd be 3 and said, no, we don't want 3, maybe 5 now. At the end, they said, we don't want elections. Elections with some, with the help of some influencers telling them that elections are a Western thing. We don't need elections in Africa. So they feel entitled to combat elections. Now they say they have dissolved and eliminated political parties. They have this or that. That's a military. When you put your finger into the military system, you don't know where you go. Now, the Malians, to give only that example, they don't know how to get out of this. Dissent is crushed. You don't need even to speak out very loud to be kidnapped and disappear. So I'm not sure if that what we want is this kind of system after what we've gone through after 43 years. I'm not sure that what we want. We should really prefer patience, intelligence, wisdom over reaction, emotion, and let's do it the quick way. No. So, what I tell them, first thing to give them courage is to say, we are in a situation where I would say 99% of Cameroonians want change. So it's not something you come and impose over them, they want change. Okay. So of course you say, so why don't they react, etc.? Well, because the situation is different. They have a long history of repression, and we saw reactions after elections in October. Now, what we saw is that over 2,000 people were arrested, 10 dozens of people killed, and nothing happened to them, to the killers, to the regime. Nothing happened. So you cannot push people into something which is not stable, which you are not sure it will succeed, and get them killed, because at the end of the day, why do we do all this? Why do we commit ourselves? Why are we activists? Are we just to allow people to have better lives? It boils down to that, and not that people get finish up dead. No, it's not what we do. So politics is not there to bring people to the tombs. They should make them alive and thriving. So whenever you see sort of a so-called solution where people have to die massively, is the wrong one, is a bad solution. It's not what we want. We should maybe take time, stay alive, and see how we move on. So, and I say, unfortunately, as I said, it's not a quick fix. But I also say, maybe God will help. And all over, we have unexpected situations But for that, we should be ready. We should organize. We should have a vision of what comes next if this and this X, Y, Z happens. That's also the way to commit and to be prepared and to to look into the future. It's not, we should not remain passive. We should think of all this and see what we can do. And also we should build large coalitions. We should Project C, support Project C to activities and rally as many people as you can and make it a huge movement. So that's the thing we should do. And as long as we keep moving, one day you see something happening. You know, they used to say that that's the motto of the National Lottery in France. They say 100% of the winners have tried. You know, I would say it in France is better. 100% des gagnants ont tenté leur chance. You know, so if you don't do anything, nothing happens. So we should not expect miracles. Success is the result of hard work, sustained work. And we should be sure we get on this path and move forward together, never alone, be together. So, and also something I wanted to say is, of course, the population is, let's say, outsiders. You are not in the system. Of course, is it possible? Can we succeed? Can outsiders succeed? The population, like I say, I call them outsiders, groups which are not in the system, we are combating the system. Can they succeed? I would say the short answer is yes, but almost never alone and almost never quickly. History has shown that outsiders are brilliant at igniting change, but they usually fail at institutionalizing it without learning how the system actually works. We've seen so many revolutions, people, tens of thousands of people in the street, and the regimes being scared. But at the end of the day, there's no leader. How do you make the transition between that movement and the power? How do you find the passerelle? How do you find this bridge Are was speaking about? How do you do that? So, and the problem is absolutely that. Ignite change, yes, but how to institutionalize it. We saw it in Madagascar. Remember?
Exactement, Marie. Je voulais te rappeler Madagascar, où le peuple s'est manifesté et ça s'est terminé par un régime militaire.
Exactement, qui a exclu le peuple. Voilà. So, that's why we say it's not a quick fix. We should just internalize that is a long process where we need to be united. We build large coalitions, and that's something everybody can do. I say, I bring 5-6 people into the movement. You 5-6 people into the movement. Let's participate in this constitution. Let's show the clique that the Cameroonians are uniting, they are moving, they are mobilizing. This is, you don't know how it turns out. But first, you have to do that. And as I say, disrupting the statu quo is good, but, what the outsiders, of course, they can name uncomfortable truths, and they can shift public opinion and force some issues onto the national agenda. I think of Greta Thunberg, or on climate, or Wangari Maathai on reforestation, that these issues have become mainstream because of their work, because they were mobilizing them,
Yeah.
And
we
also civil rights.
C'était évident, voilà.
Pardon?
Je dis, quand ça aboutit, ça donne l'impression à tout le monde que c'était évident, qu'il suffisait de commencer.
Absolument pas. Et justement, ça, c'est des groupes qui se sont mobilisés, qui ont rendu des thèmes populaires parce qu'ils ont fait le travail de advocacy, comme on dit, ils ont expliqué, ils ont fait la pédagogie, ils sont restés sur le ballon et ils ont fait qu'à un moment donné, on ne pouvait pas ne pas les voir. Hein, on pense au mouvement de Civil Rights Movement aux États-Unis, n'est-ce pas? Et on pensait au rôle de quelqu'un comme Rosa Parks, tout ça. Ouais, c'est, voilà, ou au Martin Luther King, bien sûr, on l'a déjà cité. C'est-à-dire qu'ils ont une forme d'autorité morale pour mettre la pression sur le système. Bon, mais maintenant, quel est le problème? Il ne faut jamais sous-estimer le système. Vous savez, la politique, c'est lent.
Absolument.
C'est lent. Et le peuple, ce qu'on appelle le peuple, les activistes, ceux qui se mobilisent, sont souvent frustrés parce que ça traîne comme maintenant, et puis ils claquent la porte en disant tout le monde est corrompu. Et c'est comme ça qu'ils perdent la crédibilité parce qu'ils refusent de jouer le jeu sur le temps long. Ils refusent de jouer. Ils ne se montrent pas capables de jouer sur le temps long. Et bon, voilà. Et donc, il faut aussi connaître ce qu'on a en face. Comment,
tout à fait.
Voilà, comment on peut entrer dans le système, comment on peut mettre des coins dans la machine, etc. Comment même comprendre le fonctionnement des budgets, des choses comme ça. Ne pas être juste dehors à critiquer, mais connaître la machine de l'intérieur. Ça, c'est très important. Et ça, parce que les politiciens, tous ceux qui font le système, eux, ils ont ils ont du personnel, des collaborateurs, ils durent pas depuis 30 ans. 40 ans, ils sont là.
Une solidarité agissante.
Exactement, ils sont solidaires entre eux pour résister au changement. Et je dirais, la société civile, les militants, souvent refusent de construire des coalitions. Et ils voient leur influence s'effacer et pâlir. Et puis après, bon, on passe à autre chose. Et on a vu ça beaucoup, passer à autre chose. Donc, vraiment, ce qu'on dit, je résume, il n'y a pas de quick fix, ne vous découragez pas. Il y a pas de, pour le dire de toute façon, il n'y a pas d'autre solution. Sauf si vous dites, bon, on laisse les militaires gérer le Cameroun, puis après on va être comme le Mali, comme le Niger, ou comme je ne sais pas quel autre pays qui n'a absolument aucune visibilité, où les citoyens sont exclus, les partis politiques, où les gens disparaissent, sont kidnappés parce que, voilà, et qu'on est régi par des idéologies.
Je vais te suggérer quand même Jerry Rawlings, qui sort un peu du
ouais. Voilà, oui, ce sont des exceptions qui ne constituent pas la règle, qui confirment la règle. Mais les expériences, même Thomas Sankara, bien sûr, Rawlings, c'est Sankara, mais au-delà de ça, regardez ce qu'on a. C'est absolument lamentable. En plus, plus ça va, moins on a de ces générations, même de militaires formés, politisés, qui avaient une vraie vision. Maintenant, on a affaire à des affairistes. Si je vous parle des affaires des cliques qui gouvernent en Guinée, au Mali, les deux pays qu'on a bien étudiés, mais c'est absolument désastreux. Donc, et ça se reflète sur toute la classe politique. Vous vous souvenez de nos parents. Hein? Mon père a été ministre dans le tout premier gouvernement après l'indépendance. Je me souviens de l'éthique à laquelle il s'astreignait volontairement. C'est-à-dire qu'ils n'auraient jamais pris un centime de fonds publics. Maintenant, vous avez des générations qui vont à l'ENAM au Cameroun en disant, quand tu les interroges, ils disent « Oui, moi je veux le ministère des Finances parce qu'il y a beaucoup de bakchis, je peux bien m'agouiller. » Ils le disent autrement, mais c'est ça, ils ne vont pas parce qu'ils choisissent le service public, ils choisissent là où ils peuvent le mieux bouffer. Voilà, donc ça change et c'est pareil avec les militaires. Donc, il faut, si on parle de Jerry Rawlings, c'est pour nous, c'est pour, peut-être nous rassurer, on veut se rassurer, mais enfin, on a vu les militaires d'aujourd'hui, c'est plus les généraux Rawlings, ce n'est pas Thomas Sankara, c'est très rare. Et on voit que déjà, même à Madagascar, les problèmes commencent avec les militaires, hein, et le même type de problème. Donc, voilà, ça veut dire on ne peut pas donner une réponse simple, il faut le juste dire, on n'a pas le choix. Tu veux le changement, tu t'engages.
Oui.
Voilà. Et tu as des véhicules d'engagement. Et moi, je suis fan absolu de Project C. Et qui a ce projet de constitution, ça nous fait avancer. Tout le monde participer à quelque chose de concret. On veut une nouvelle constitution pour le Cameroun. Travaillons-y, nous tous, parce que c'est nécessaire. Voilà.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think, you've nailed it, Marie-Roger. This is where we are. And nothing is going to stop us from doing what we have to do. When we turn around, there's not a single country in Africa that has stepped back, where people have stepped back and said, all of this going on, what is the problem? Why can't we get it right? They're talking about democracy. We had a long discussion about democracy last night. They're talking about democracy, and yet everybody is saying, no, it's no longer democracy. It doesn't work for us. And then you ask them, what works for you? Nobody can tell you. This is the problem. So we are advancing, but we're going nowhere because we don't know what we are looking for.
Eric, I have a question,
Please.
And I wanted to, I wanted to ask Anne-Marie, thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. It is true that you're thinking, it's military because we want a quick fix. And I think what Anne-Marie said, where, I'm probably, more on the civil side than on the military side, is that before we're asking what to do, we are not in our organic selves, because I think what we're seeing 400 years in the world is the slavery, and this is not an excuse, but it is a mentality that is not even ours. So I'm thinking that, are we in a space where we're now really finding what we want? Because all our thoughts all along, even what we call democracy, is something that was given to us or that was taught to us. And so maybe that's why we're saying democracy doesn't really work for us. And maybe there's another word we're going to come up with. But when you look at Mali and all these places we're talking about, I am thinking, and Burkina, I would say, if it's developing, if Cameroon roads were being built, we had the hospital, kids were going to school. Seriously, my first problem is not military. It's not, because yes, and I'm not saying it couldn't get to that, but if that was done to secure, and I don't think that can be done in 4 years, that can be done in 5 years. And that's part of this colonial divisive mentality education that has educated us. So even what we say, we have to start sieving through that and saying, is this really, because it is such a Western view when you already develop that you can change every 4 years. But many of us have a country that we have to build from scratch, literally from scratch, on systems that did not even run it. And that's why, coming up with a constitution is imperative. It's just, I would say by divine order that we're at this corner, but it's so imperative because if we have that and people can go to school and we can thrive as a nation, and maybe we don't have that much freedom of speech, but we're training, and I would think Rwanda is close to that. Yes, I'll go to that. That's a form of dictatorship that I want. But again, to Anne-Marie's point, it's not it's not something that happens right away. If we're, every country, unfortunately to say, because we all could be one, but every country in Africa has its own characteristics, as it has its relationship with the slave masters or with its colonial masters. And, it's just odd to use those words, but to put it succinctly, that is exactly how we have morphed into where we are today. And why I think what we're doing here at Project C is really such a privilege. Like, Anne-Marie said, this is a job. This is.
If you call Marie-Roger.
And I said Marie-Roger, yes. I'm so sorry. I keep saying that. Yeah. Yes, Marie. Sorry about that. But, this is really our own unique story that I think, Eric, you said, we have to write the story. And as much as we're living in a world where you could just turn on the lights, it comes on, the pain is the process. And I think that's what Are was asking, is like the patience of time, it's building, talking to people, and we get discouraged, but we got to keep it going. And maybe in our lifetime, we're going to see the change. But I think what I've been thinking is you have to be committed or believe enough in the people and what Cameroon can be, that it no longer belongs to, saying, am I going to see that this is going to happen for me? It is, you will fight until you're going to pass the baton. And then it may happen, but it's not so much the time. What I am really, this is something I've really been thinking about. It's the most important thing, as Marie-Roger said, we have to continue, and we have to, the commitment is saying we're going to do this. It's a slow cooker and we have to get everybody on board. And that is the challenge. How do we gather the people who are already enjoying the democracy and they have this kind of stability? The country has already been developed and we're already in it. How do we get them out of this comfort to be able to see what's happening in Cameroon? Is painful, but that's the task we have to do.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you, Elizabeth. And I just want to add before, Ari, please take this over. But that there are two people driving this whole process too. Marie-Roger, it's for you and for the audience. There is Leopold, who's written this book called Afrocracy, which will be coming out this year. I know about the book because I've read it.
That's the word.
And the postscript, I wrote the postscript. So I know how it energized me. And it introduces a new way of looking at things. But beyond that, one of the smartest legal minds on this planet is Ari Benson. And so between the two of them, and I say this, I say this in all good faith, and I think Marie-Roger should know, these two guys, leadership is about identifying people and making sure that they do what they are in the positions where they are. That is why we have these two people leading this group. And if you don't add Elizabeth to that, I know that my phone will be ringing after this. What did you? So I think the good news is we've got three young people who are just what Cameroon needs. And I plead with Marie-Roger, and I'll say this to end here. When Julius Caesar, I've said this at one point in the past, when Julius Caesar went to war and was winning and kept winning, and people were trying to, there were those who were going to destroy him quietly, but every time he went up to war, he won and came back. And as the entire city-state would come with horses and everything to receive him, there was always one person that Caesar authorized to stay with him and to always lash him on the back, and Caesar would scream and be angry. And then he'll just tell him, Caesar, you are just human, you're not God. Because everybody else was treating him as a God. He would remind him all the time. That is why you've got to stay with this. This is a historic moment. And this document will be historic. Whether we like it or not, it will. We will make sure it is. And it's important that you stay there and ensure that we are. Marie-Roger, you've got the capacity to do that. We're trying to bring the kinds of minds around this idea that will make it work. And it will. Whether we like it or not, it will. I just wanted to replace it over here.
Okay. I just want to say a word to Elizabeth regarding the militaries and I understand that we should not be too dogmatic about military or not military, but what is the problem with the military? I'm not even ready to defend so much the political parties and I don't know, but what is very important, and we cannot go around it, is that the citizens have their say in a way or in another. How are those people accountable? Military, to whom are they accountable? To no one. In the democracies like they are now, why don't they work? Because elections is rigged. The elections don't reflect the popular wish, popular will. They don't reflect that. And then people don't really apply the rules, democratic rules, but the rules are good. It's not about the democracy, but the way you don't apply democracy. So I agree, every country has to adapt this and that, but it's something which must always be there. Popular consent. You can organize it in different ways, maybe not like in Germany or in France, but the people are still there. That's why the people are drafting their own constitution. You cannot do without them. And the military are accountable to no one. And this is the main reason you cannot trust them. You cannot just hope they will be like Sankara or Jerry Rawlings. Just hope, have faith that it will be that way. It's better if you can stop them if they don't go the way the people want them to go, or the people representing the people, whatever you want, but you cannot leave that part, free and say, well, the military will manage. That's something that won't work. We see that it doesn't work.
Marie, can I ask you also, just to want to ask you, I totally agree with you, even though, the certain part of me that just say people need to breathe. Whoever can bring us, this kind of a consistency as a nation where kids are guaranteed a fair education and that, the better. But I also want to ask you that I've stopped really comparing myself to Europe or Africa to this, and I used to do that a lot, because they are built upon our backs. And there's power. I mean, when it really comes down to that, how do we break it down? So we have to, I love this Afrocracy. There is an Afrocracy and I cannot wait. It's about Afrocracies. What are we developing on us, and what are we going back to our own history upon? Because I just feel, Maria, I feel so uncomfortable comparing us, because they walk and stand on our blood, everything. It's so we are coming from something that's so different from what they have, that I don't even know if we can compare it with them. I don't know if that makes sense, because of if we never had this colonialism, and we never had that, and it's true, we're not going back all the way because we'll never be able to answer the question, but if we did not have this, it will be something different. And so this that happened has shaped how we are educated, has shaped how we are, is why we're in the diaspora for started. I mean, it has changed everything. And so I agree with you in saying the work that has to be done is something you said earlier, was, yes, it's taking patience. It is the conversation. And as much as that could be hard, I believe that's where, because in that process, as what Project C is doing, is you're talking to people, we're getting what people are thinking, and then we're getting them more engaged, we're getting the citizen. This is a slow process, but if we're talking long term, this is what is right to do. So I absolutely do agree with you. I'm very leery of if the example could it be a developed world, except one that does not have this history of colonialism, enslaving other people or its own people. And then I want to know what they're doing. I don't know if that's in Norway. I have to take time and check that out. But, so this is, I totally agree with what you're saying, but I just wanted to, I don't know what you think, but I almost think like we have to rediscover ourselves, if you will. Do you see what I'm saying, Marie? If we almost have to find out who we are for ourselves.
Yeah, definitely. I can't wait to discover Leopold's book, Afrocracy. Really, I know there is a debate and a need to really find the right system for us, which corresponds to our history, our culture, whatever you want. And we still have to craft it. Yes, of course. And but at the end of the day, like I said, I insist on that point because we had the discussion several times with friends and they like to give examples like China and that a dictator doing this and then you see but China is China. It's a continent. We are not a continent. We are small little countries divided. We are smaller societies, and we have another history. But one thing is sure: wherever we come from, there was always a respect of popular will in many matters. That the people had their say in every ancient society, if you want. Every African society, that has been changed. Now we have to find a new way to respect that, to express that. I understand that, and I agree. But I don't think that having people who are not accountable, at the head of our societies, at the head of our countries, is the solution. Is more of a problem. And what we are doing now is really laying groundwork to something strong and sustainable, which will really outlast our own life. And I like the example of the American Constitution, having its 250th anniversary, etc. Well, why don't we could be at a crossroad of history where we really engage with our own future and say we want to craft and shape our societies. We want to shape policies according to ourselves. I agree to that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marie-Roger.
Et puis peut-être la composante qui nous fait le plus mal dans la démocratie, c'est le fait qu'on ait supprimé l'alternance, the alternation, the fact that it doesn't exist. People are no more trusting democracy at me.
Yeah,
que si la volonté du peuple et puis cette alternance-là, si ça pouvait changer, on pourrait s'améliorer.
Yeah. So let me just say, democracy itself is defined as the greatest happiness for the greatest number. It is government by the people, for the people. Those are the tenets of democracy. And the origin of democracy is on the African continent. In this process, we have learned that the first constitution that was ever drafted was drafted in the Malian Empire. And the purpose of drafting the constitution was to be able to create cohesion, social cohesion, where the people had the ability to participate in the outcome. The concept, let me speak to my African brothers and sisters. Even the concept of a military coup d'etat is foreign to the African continent. That when we ourselves say that we don't want democracy and say military rule it's the same thing, because military rule is what happened during colonialism. If we think about it, because the colonial leaders were not accountable to anyone. That's what military rule is, and that's what
and rifle.
Sorry, that's what we used to. So it's incredibly important in this process, and that's why this service is important, that we listen to what the people are saying. Let's not, I don't want to jump into the conclusion about democracy, about military rule, about how we structure, about the past, no, it is the people. This exercise must allow the people express themselves. And I pray that the outcome be not my will, my expression, not what I want, because then I would be submitting to the will of the people. I hope that we can get to that place where we know that it's not about us, it's not about thinking, it's not about what I'm going to experience in the next 10 years. It's what the people of Cameroon would experience in the next 100 years. Do we have the audacity to dream and think and act like this in a way that it's not what we have seen yesterday? It's not just what has happened in the past, because there are countries in the world like Japan that have successfully blended culture and Western influence and have still come out stronger economically and in terms of per capita and how people live their lives. Many people will not refer, if you've lived in Japan, it's not necessarily a democratic society, but it does have democratic principles, right? So you could, it's a blend. And I'm not saying that we should look to Japan as the example. I'm just saying that we can figure out our own, but that creates opportunity for people to participate in development. And I see a few hands up, but in the interest of us not losing perspective, I just want to present the survey results. After the survey results, then we will take questions, because then we will get a sense of why we are doing this and what this is translating into. So I'm going to start by just showing you briefly. I'll take 5 minutes here to just start with the survey results as we are seeing it, first in English, and then we'll show that in French as well. So let me, I'm going to share screen here. And we've put together this survey. Let me make sure I have. Yeah. I just want, can you all see my screen here?
Yes, we can, Ari.
Okay. So the once and for all campaign, the questionnaire results. So we have different sections, and these results are broken into the various sections of the survey. So let me make sure everybody can see. The first part of it is the demographics. And based on what we're seeing in the number of people who have taken the survey, we're seeing that about 32% of those who have taken the survey are between the ages of 18 and 35. We have about 37% that are between the ages of 36 and 55. And those who are over 55, 30%. We would really want to see a lot more of the young people take the survey, but this is the survey only in English for starters. A significant number from the Northwest, 37%, 24% from the Southwest, and 23% from the diaspora. This makes sense because the survey is primarily in English, and the significant number in the diaspora tells us a story of just how much people are in the diaspora. We also have mostly males taking the survey, so we really have to push for more women to express their voice, to participate in this conversation. And in the demographics of professional status, we see that 34% of people taking the survey come from the private sector, so could be working. 19% are entrepreneurs. This is incredibly important. It's fascinating that 11% of those who took the survey are public servants. This is fascinating and incredibly important, meaning that these people are serving in the government in one capacity or another. These people took the survey, which I would like to keep an eye on that. And when we come to the French survey as well, we would look at the same demographics. Let's go to identity and nationhood. 100% of the people who took the survey say it is important for the Constitution to protect all languages and cultures. All languages and cultures. I need to emphasize that because Cameroon is multicultural, multilinguistic. We say bilingual officially, but we're multicultural, multilinguistic. Let's look at, do we believe, do people currently believe that all ethnic groups are treated equally in Cameroon? Absolutely no. Look at, if you look at the results here, it says that 89% do not believe that. That's telling us something. Do you feel proud to be Cameroonian? Only, I state this, only 47% feel proud to be Cameroonian. It's not even half of those who take the survey. That's something that we need to work on. And 39% are saying absolutely not, and 13% unsure. The next part of the survey is about governance and democracy, right? And do you think elections in Cameroon are free and fair? 94% say no. We all know this, but 94% of the people say no. I'm not sure about there's 4% that say they are not sure, and people are entitled to that. But you can see a significant percentage stating what is obvious, but this is documented now. Do you trust public institutions? 90% of people taking the survey say they don't trust public institutions. And these are the institutions that are supposed to be governing. If the people don't trust the institutions, then there must be something that we have to do about those institutions. Should presidential term limits be included in the Constitution? Absolutely. 99% of the people taking the survey say it should be. And who should have the most power in government? This is a very interesting, as we talk about how we want to build our society. Only 4% of those who took the survey think the president should have the most power. Only 4%.
Fascinating.
Look at what people are saying. Local governments, 26%. Shared equally, 40%. The parliament, 29%. So this is telling us something, I would never have imagined this would be the results we will get from a conversation with the people, where only 4% think the president should have the power or the most power. And then the next section is on corruption and accountability. And so the question, should there be stronger punishments for corruption? There's a 98% of the people say yes, absolutely. Who should oversee public officials? This is also very interesting, right? Because the independent courts, almost 50% of the people think we should have independent courts that enforce accountability. Then there is citizens' courts, 27%, which means the citizens should hold people accountable. Then there's the parliament, which comes in at about 18%, and then the media at 5%. And then have individuals and communities been impacted by corruption? Like 96% of the people responding to this question says they have individually been affected by corruption or their communities. Like, this is very interesting, because if everybody has been, only 2% of the people say they are not sure, and 1% say they haven't been affected by. But this paints the picture of the country that we have, where Everybody's impacted by corruption, and yet we wake up every day and walk into the next day accepting that this is our reality. The next section has to do with the Anglophone crisis and national cohesion. And this must be a foregone conclusion, because we see that to the question, is dialogue the best way to resolve the Anglophone crisis? And 87% of the people say yes. What have we been waiting for 9 years? That we have a raging conflict, and every 8 out of every 10 Cameroonians know that the solution is going to come through dialogue. Who are these 2 out of 10 Cameroonians that are holding us back? If we look at in terms of the question, should the Constitution guarantee equal rights for Anglophones and Francophones? 96%, so 9 out of 10 Cameroonians say yes, it should. Why are we not acting in that direction? Then should all regions have equal say in national matters? Absolutely, 91% say yes. So we need to be thinking, and when we think regions, this may not be even in the context of the 10 regions that we have, but in the regions that will eventually be created when we are long gone. As they create those regions, we need to think about equality, ensuring that everybody finds themselves in the construct of the nation. Youth, women, and the future. This is incredibly important. Do young people, who are the majority in Cameroon now as we speak, that the average age of Cameroon now is 19. These people, do they have enough opportunities? There is a resounding no. How do you build a country knowing that the majority of the people do not have opportunities and expect social cohesion? That's a question that we must be asking ourselves. And what does this mean for the kind of future that we want? Women, who are 50% of the population, do they have equal chances in leading in politics and society? 67% of the population, of those who took the survey, say no, they don't. 20% say yes, and they are entitled to that perspective. But we know from this survey what it's telling us. Should citizens have more say in how the country is governed? Yes. 92% of those who took the survey say they should. Now, this is an interesting one, because this talks about constitutional renewal and the future. So what is most important for Cameroon's future? And we ask people to pick 2. It's interesting because justice and development is highlighted as the 2 most important things for those who took this survey. Justice and development before peace, before equality, before unity. Justice stands out. So those are perspectives that are surprising to me as an individual, but it tells you what the people are expressing in this surveys. Then we go on to, should citizens participate directly in writing the a new constitution? There's an 81% yes, because people feel like this is an opportunity for them to have their say. Then there are general questions, which is the last part of the survey here, which I'm just showing now in English, is, what is the biggest challenge facing Cameroon today? And Eric, maybe you called it because it says poor leadership. That is the biggest challenge facing our country today, based on 61% of the people who took the survey. And obviously, corruption ranks next, poverty, and then conflict and division. So if we are thinking about prioritizing what the future should look like, take a look at this picture. What gives you hope for Cameroon's future? New leaders. That is one of the things. So the country, people believe that this country can thrive if you have the young leaders. But the next one is fascinating, is the youth, is the young people, the fact that we have a bulging youthful population. And third, our diversity. Those are incredible pillars upon which we can and must build the future of our country. Then should traditional leaders and civil society have a bigger role in our country? Obviously, the answer there is 7 out of 10 people want to see that, that the participation of the civil society and traditional leaders. And the last question here is, what reform would most improve Cameroon? And resoundingly, it says better elections. 46% of those taking it say better elections. Almost 20% says less corruption, there's more jobs, so stronger unity, and then there are others. So that is the perspective of the survey, but those who have taken it in English. We can have commentaries about that, but I want to also make sure that we have in mind that we have the surveys in English and we have those with the survey in French. At some point, we're going to converge both, but we want to present the perspective as well in French. Leopold, I would just let you do that. And we can just go straight to the first section.
I can hardly see the figures on the screen.
Okay. Let me...
Donc, les chiffres sont tellement petits que... mais les grands titres sont là. Donc,
okay.
Je te prierai de faire le commentaire, s'il te plaît.
OK.
D'avoir les résultats, les statistiques en français, parce que les titres sont assez bien lisibles, mais j'avoue que sur mon laptop...
if you look on your WhatsApp, you should have them, but let me go ahead in French. Donc, nous avons aussi les résultats en français et on va partager avec tout le monde, on va publier les résultats sur notre page Facebook.
Il faut dire que ce sont les résultats intermédiaires parce que la semaine prochaine, on en aura d'autres mesures. Voilà.
Et au fur et à mesure que les gens prennent les sondages, on va continuer à publier les résultats pour que les gens puissent voir ce qu'est l'expression des Camerounais. Sur la question de la démographie, vous allez constater qu'en français, 45% des personnes qui ont pris le sondage sont entre la tranche d'âge de 18 à 35 ans, qui est formidable parce que ça reflète la réalité de notre pays. Il y a aussi, c'est entre 36 à 5 ans, 35% des personnes qui ont pris ça. Toujours, on n'a pas assez de femmes qui ont pris ce sondage parce que 64% de ceux qui ont pris, 65% de ceux qui ont pris le sondage sont des hommes. Donc, il faut mettre beaucoup l'accent sur la participation des femmes. En termes de différents...
On ne voit pas le...
Oh!
Oui.
I'm not sharing.
Yeah, you're not sharing.
Exactement.
I am so sorry. Okay. Can everybody see my screen now?
I think so, yeah.
Je l'ai dans mon téléphone, mais je ne peux pas le projeter.
Okay. No, but now I hope it's on the screen for everybody.
Yes, it is on the screen.
Okay. All right. So sorry. I was carried away. Yeah, and so we can see from the participation, 27% of those who have taken the survey are in the diaspora. But you can see it is...
En français, monsieur, en français.
En français. Oui, 27% de ceux qui ont pris...
Nous sommes bilingues. Hein? Un Camerounais, c'est une obligation d'être bilingue. Donc, on dit, tu peux parler à la langue, tu là, te sens à l'aise. Ceux qui n'ont pas compris, qui posent la question.
Non, ça va.
Père Janvier, c'est le Cameroun
Oui.
qui est bilingue, ce n'est pas les Camerounais.
Bon, là, tu me mets dans un débat que je ne veux pas mettre dedans.
Et moi, je vais être Camerounais parce que je ne vais pas être à l'aise. Parce que c'est ça la réalité.
Et parce que tu es un leader aussi. Tu es un leader, donc tu leads par exemple.
Oui.
Donc, tu fais ce qu'il faut faire.
Oui. Non, pour la diaspora, 27% de ceux qui ont pris le sondage sont de la diaspora. Mais on a une très bonne répartition de participation de ce sondage dans presque toutes les régions du Cameroun, surtout les régions francophones. En termes de statut professionnel, vous allez dû constater que 24%, 25%, presque 25% de ceux qui ont pris le sondage sont dans le secteur privé, 25% sont des entrepreneurs et il y a les étudiants, 27%. C'est très intéressant parce que quand on a regardé les résultats en anglais, on n'a pas vu les étudiants participer. Mais là, je constate qu'il y a un grand nombre d'étudiants qui ont pris les sondages en français. Et les fonctionnaires, 5%, presque 6% de ceux qui ont pris ces sondages sont des fonctionnaires. Ça, c'est très important. Et 10% des personnes qui ont pris ça sont sans emploi au Cameroun. Ça, c'est très important. C'est un niveau de sans-emploi très, très, très élevé pour n'importe quelle société. Et en ce qui concerne l'identité et appartenance nationale, à la question, est-il important que la Constitution protège toutes les langues et toutes les cultures au Cameroun? Il y a 86% des personnes disent oui. Toutes les langues et toutes les cultures au Cameroun. Le Cameroun, officiellement, est bilingue. Mais le Cameroun est un pays multiculturel, multilinguistique. Donc,
on parle d'environ 240 langues.
Voilà. Donc, on doit réfléchir sur comment protéger toutes ces différentes cultures dans un pays qui va émerger suite à ce processus. Pensez-vous que tous les groupes ethniques sont traités sur un pied d'égalité au Cameroun? La réponse est largement non, parce que 67% des personnes disent non. Il y a 20% qui ne sont pas sûrs. Voilà une partie de la population qui peut-être...
Ce qu'il faudrait rapprocher de ceux qui disent non, ceux qui ne sont pas sûrs.
Ils ne sont pas sûrs. Êtes-vous fiers d'être Camerounais? Ici, 78% des personnes disent oui. Ils sont fiers. Quand on a regardé ça en anglais, c'était 48%. Mais 68% des personnes disent qu'ils sont fiers d'être Camerounais. En ce qui concerne la gouvernance et la démocratie, cette rubrique de la gouvernance et la démocratie, aux questions, croyez-vous que les élections au Cameroun sont libres et équitables? 81 de personnes qui ont pris, pourcentage de personnes qui ont pris ce sondage dit oui. This is very interesting. 81% des personnes qui ont pris ça disent oui.
Il est bon de rapprocher avec ce qu'on a dit en anglais, exactement sur ceci, s'il te plaît.
Oui. En anglais, quand de cette question, c'était plutôt l'inverse. C'était l'inverse.
Voilà, c'est
Parce que
intéressant. C'est intéressant.
80% des personnes qui ont répondu à ce sondage en anglais ont dit non. Donc, c'est l'inverse. Et ça, c'est la réalité de notre pays. On doit travailler avec. Faites-vous confiance aux institutions publiques. La majorité, 8 sur 10 personnes qui ont pris ce sondage, dit non. Concernant la limitation du nombre de mandats présidentiels, devra-t-elle être inscrit dans la Constitution? 9, presque 100% des personnes qui ont pris ça dit oui, que ça doit être prescrit dans la Constitution. Et qui devrait détenir le plus de pouvoir au sein du gouvernement? En anglais, c'était 4%, on dit que le président. En français, 18% dit le président, 16% le Parlement, 24% les collectivités locales et la majorité, 40%, dit que ça doit être partagé également de pouvoir au Cameroun. Sur la rubrique de la corruption et la responsabilité, qui devrait contrôler les agents publics? Très intéressant parce que la majorité des personnes qui ont pris, bon, une égalité de personnes qui ont pris, pensent que les tribunaux indépendants doivent contrôler les agents publics ou bien des comités de citoyens. Et il y a 25% de ceux qui ont pris ce sondage pensent que le Parlement peut le faire. En termes de les sanctions en matière de la corruption, devraient-elles être plus sévères? Oui. 9 sur 10 personnes qui ont pris le sondage dit absolument, il faut que les sanctions en matière de corruption doivent être plus sévères. La corruption, vous a-t-elle touché, vous ou votre communauté? Comme en anglais, 97% des personnes qui ont pris le sondage dit qu'ils ont été impactés par la corruption. C'est que tout le monde, presque tout le monde au Cameroun a été touché, impacté, sa communauté touchée, impactée par la corruption et on évolue dans ce système. C'est devenu presque normal. Sur la rubrique de la crise anglophone et la cohésion nationale, comme en anglais, 94% des personnes qui ont pris le sondage pensent que cette crise anglophone doit être résolue par le dialogue. L'autre question, 100% de ceux qui ont pris ce sondage pensent que toutes les régions doivent avoir participé dans les affaires nationales. Et aussi en ce qui concerne la garantie des droits entre les anglophones et les francophones, 94% des personnes qui ont pris le sondage pensent qu'il faut une égalité, il faut garantir l'égalité des droits entre les anglophones et les francophones. En ce qui concerne les femmes, la jeunesse et l'avenir de notre pays, comme en anglais, 90% des personnes pensent que les jeunes n'ont pas assez d'opportunités au Cameroun et aussi que les femmes n'ont pas assez de chances à participer dans l'évolution de notre société. presque 60% des personnes qui ont pris le sondage disent que les femmes n'accèdent pas à des postes de responsabilité ou en politique ou dans la société au Cameroun. Vu que les femmes sont 50% de notre population, ça nous dit quelque chose. Les citoyens doivent-ils avoir davantage les mots à dire sur la gouvernance du pays? C'est presque légal, la même chose comme on a vu en anglais, presque 95% des personnes qui ont pris le sondage disent oui. En ce qui concerne le renouveau constitutionnel et l'avenir, c'est très intéressant aussi en anglais qu'en français. La justice et le développement sont le plus important pour l'avenir de notre pays. Avant, en français, on constate la justice et l'unité nationale. Avant le développement, l'égalité et la paix. Je pense que si on a la justice, on aura certainement l'unité, la paix et l'égalité. Et bien sûr, le développement. Dernière rubrique, les questions générales. Quel est le plus grand défi auquel le Cameroun est confronté aujourd'hui? Mauvaise gouvernance, comme on a dit au début, et la corruption. Il y a aussi la pauvreté, le chômage, les conflits, la division. Aux questions, qu'est-ce qui vous donne espoir pour l'avenir du Cameroun? Le leadership, de nouveaux leaders et la jeunesse et notre diversité sont les trois piliers que ce soit en anglais et en français, qui sont comme réponse. Les deux dernières questions. Quelle réforme unique permettra d'améliorer le plus le Cameroun? Des meilleures élections, comme c'était la réponse en anglais, moins de corruption. Donc, 45% de ceux qui ont pris ce sondage disent que les meilleures élections. Il y a 20% qui disent moins de corruption et 16% disent si on a beaucoup plus d'emplois, ça va améliorer les choses. Est-ce que les chefs traditionnels et la société civile doivent jouer un rôle plus important dans notre pays? 75% des personnes qui ont pris le sondage disent oui. Voilà les résultats recueillis jusqu'à ce moment. On va donc continuer à encourager les Camerounais à participer dans cette sondage, parce que ça nous donne l'opportunité d'écouter et d'agir sur les souhaits et les besoins des Camerounais. Ça nous donne l'opportunité de penser autrement de notre pays, d'avoir un avenir qui est différent de notre passé, mais un avenir qui est convergent, qui est construit par les Camerounais.
Tout à fait. Qui correspond à ce que nous voulons pour le nouveau Cameroun.
Voilà. So that's the surveys. I am thrilled. I am excited about how these surveys are playing out. And let me say this. It is not only surveys that are coming from me, as you can see, only 27% maximum of this is coming from the diaspora in French and 21% in English. The majority of people taking these surveys are people in Cameroon, on the ground in Cameroon. And we are not stopping at only getting the survey results from those that that have access to technology. Like we said last week, we're building an infrastructure on the ground of people who will collect feedback from all 360 subdivisions in Cameroon, all 58 divisions in Cameroon, all 10 regions of Cameroon. For that to happen, it would take enormous resources, but we cannot be held back by obvious obstacles, right? We will keep fighting, we will keep finding ways to reach the majority of people. We started out this week training a group of people. And the basis of our training is that we cannot force anybody to take this survey, because the principle of this survey is that it has to be done freely. And not everybody will accept in the methodology that we're using. Not everybody will think that what we're doing is right. We respect that difference in opinion. We respect what everybody else is going to be doing. But if you want, but don't stand in the way of our common progress, because these responses I shared with you, they're not my responses. They're our responses. They're responses from the people of Cameroon. So let the people have their say. Let the people speak. And if they don't, we'll move on to the next person. We'll knock on the next door. We'll knock on the next heart and hope that you could share the love, because participating in this survey is sharing love of country, and we'll keep moving. So that's just what I wanted us to share today. And I know Chris, if you don't mind, I know again we have hands up, but I want to make sure that we complete the business of the day. If Chris is on, we were going to go on to Chris, but without Chris, I would say, Leopold, if you're, Chris is here.
Yes, I'm here.
And after that, we will then open the floor to questions and comments.
Thank you, Ari. Thank you very much for, I don't even know where to begin, but before I go ahead, I want to greet all Cameroonians around the world that are watching this very exciting program today. I'd like to thank Marie-Roger for a wonderful session, interactive session with you. Your belief in what Project C is doing, and your encouragement and bringing your power, your knowledge, your experience to support us. Yes, it's for us Cameroonians to make things happen. And again, thanks to Brother Eric for always keeping us on track and refocusing the vision. The question I will ask is, who loves Cameroon that would not love what took place today? I mean, it's obvious. Our mission is very clear. Brother Eric defined it, Ari defined it, Marie-Roger defined it, and it's just what we're here for, to help bring Cameroonians together to free Cameroon, to define the Cameroon that we want. We've talked a lot and we keep talking a lot about change in Cameroon, but how would that change happen? So I am very proud of Project C. I'm very proud of the fact that we are apolitical. We're not a political party. We're just a civil society that loves Cameroon and want to do something about it, and we will do something about it. I will continue to encourage all Cameroonians, especially in the diaspora, to get involved. You will hear this from me consistently every week, because that's what has to happen. We have to wake up all Cameroonians to not put Project C in a box. Take the time to listen, to read, to bring your input, so that we can truly accomplish this mission of a new Cameroon, supported by a new constitution that will make sure that a new Cameroon happens. It's just that simple. A lot has been said today that supports this. I hope and pray that Cameroonians around the world are listening, and that every Cameroonian knows that not everyone has to be a leader, but you can support this process by sharing the emails, sharing the surveys, and most importantly, financially. This is not going to happen in a vacuum. In training the young people that we have on the ground to achieve the results, we're spending over $50,000 just on that. And Cameroonians can do it. Cameroon is more important to us than $50,000. We can raise $50,000 if every Cameroonian put in at least $10 or more. To go all the way to the constitutional conference that is coming up in the next 4 months, we will need at least $2 million, because we want to make sure that all of Cameroon is represented. We will pay and bring in people from all other segments of Cameroon, be it from the chiefs to the Bensikin to the Biya Salams, the 1,000 to 1,500 delegates that will be at the convention to help write our constitution. We may have to pay for some of them. So this is a huge initiative, a bold one. In fact, it's scary. And thanks to the leadership, bold leadership of Brother Eric, Are, and Elizabeth, that says, keep going. Keep going. We're not letting anything hold us back. Cameroonians, fellow Cameroonians, we need you. This is different. This is not a coup d'etat. This is not a violent approach. This is just Cameroonians of good heart who love Cameroon just like you do, wanting to make a difference. I am just pleading that don't think too big that you have to do something big. Just forwarding the messages that come through, contributing $10, getting your friends to sign, to fill the surveys, is contributing to the new Cameroon. Just keep it simple. So we hope that we're going to see more people donating, completing the survey, understanding the mission of Project C. It's very clear. We are not a political party. We're not interested in politics. We're interested in change in Cameroon by the people. And Project C will use all the resources that it has to engage Cameroonians at all levels who are tired, frustrated. The slowness in Cameroonians responding to Project C is understandable, because Cameroonians have been beaten for so many years. But ladies and gentlemen, wake up. Wake up, because we are coming together with our power. The biggest power in any country, the power of the people. So join the movement. Don't sit back. Join the movement. It's now. Don't sit back. Let's all come out of the hole that we are hiding. We're not inciting anything against the government. We are inviting the government and civil servants and everybody to join this process, because everybody is Cameroonian and we need a peaceful, prosperous, free Cameroon. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris, for just putting it plainly and simple for everyone to embrace and for everyone to participate in. If you are moved, if you are touched, I almost sound like a pastor now. If the word moves you, you can look at the links that are dropped there. You can go to the Project Cameroon website and donate. You can do Cash App, you can do Zelle, you can do PayPal. Anyway, any will be helpful for us to be able to, again, support that mighty peaceful army of young people that are helping us on the ground, helping those who cannot read and write to still be able to take this surveys so that everyone can participate in this process. At this point, I'm now going to, let me just, before I open up to the questions, I've seen Marilyn has some thoughts here where we say we can dialogue all we want. If the agreements from the dialogue are not implemented, the dialogues become futile. Yes, that's why this is a process. And that's why the dialogues we've had in the past have failed, because they were led by the government, or they were led by politicians that had their own agenda, and it was not the agenda of the people. But also there was no preliminary conversations had with the people before the dialogue. The only important thing of looking back is learning from it and not repeating the mistakes that we made in the past. This is why this exercise is different, because when we had the tripartite, it was led by the government, and the outcomes were also outcomes that were initiated in the interest of government and never in the interest of the people. So that was an opportunity lost. In 2019, we had another dialogue. Again, it was a dialogue that had no preliminary conversations. Remark you, what we have put in place is, again, this service is just part of it. The next part is the focus groups. The next part is the regional conversations, the public debates, and then we will have a constitutional convention. This is an exercise that has never been done in our country. And so we must give this a chance. The only risk that we have is failing at it, right? That's the only risk. And failing at it only gives us a lesson to learn, all right? So let's keep going, knowing that there are obstacles ahead of us, knowing that there will be challenges.
Harry, permets-moi de te challenger un peu. Moi, je dirais que le seul risque que nous courons, c'est de réussir.
Yes, because failure itself is success, right? That's the only risk that the risk is that we succeed. Yeah. And when we succeed, what that will translate into, not for us. And I say this for so many people. And last week I said when we pray as Cameroonians, we should pray that we should not be in the way of our own progress. And unless we can remove ourselves from the equation, and I consider myself to be free, because I have liberated myself from the burden of what I think, of how I feel. The only thing that I feel for Cameroon is for 30 million Cameroonians to achieve their greatest potential. And if we all can get to that point, I think this is going to be easier. The biggest burdens we carry in the obstacles in our way are each one of us. So if we can get ourselves out of the way, maybe we can get there faster than we think. But I have Kenny. Kenny has his hand up, and Père Janvier has had his hand up for a long time. So I want to go just open up.
Moi, j'étais là avant, j'ai levé la main avant Kenny. Hein?
Okay, all right.
Non, je dis que j'ai levé la main avant. C'est toi qui
respecter l'ordre, sinon Dieu peut te punir.
No, justement.
Non, même si on me punit, ça veut rien dire.
No. So I read it based on what I've seen.
Premièrement, je voudrais féliciter tout le travail qu'on est en train d'être fait. Qui a été fait et bien fait. Mais toujours est-il, la question que j'ai posée la dernière fois, Est-ce que nous sommes en train de nous battre pour un État plus démocratique? Qu'avons-nous fait du 12 octobre 2025? Ça, c'est ma question. Parce qu'en fait, quand nous avançons là, ça dit que nous voulons donner 7 ans à monsieur, à mon grand frère Paul Biya, de rester là, même sans gouverner. Ça, c'est une... Il y a Léopold et Harry qui m'ont dit que ça, c'est un autre chapitre. Je suis d'accord qu'on puisse prévoir une constitution, mais toujours est-il, nous ne pouvons pas faire fi. Parce que si nous faisons fi, les mêmes causes produisent les mêmes résultats. Christ nous a dit que nous devons travailler pour un Cameroun nouveau. Mais ce Cameroun nouveau, il faudrait qu'on commence par respecter la volonté du peuple. Si on parle de la démocratie, ça c'est ma façon de voir. Donc on respecte qu'est-ce que le peuple a décidé. Et je pense que c'est là où nous devons concentrer nos forces. Je suis d'accord pour le projet d'un nouveau Cameroun, quoi que ce soit. Parce que ni la constitution de 1992, la tripartite, n'a jamais été respectée. J'avais promis faire un apport, mais j'ai refusé de le faire pour la simple raison que je voudrais que Projet C pose la question aux Camerounais. Allons-nous passer à autre chose ou nous devons demander qu'on respecte les résultats du 12 octobre 2025 pour voir ce que les Camerounais pensent?
C'est compris, Père Janvier, mais en fait, nous disons aussi
Léo,
oui.
Laisse-moi parler.
Donc, mon père, qu'est-ce que vous proposez? Mon père, qu'est-ce que vous proposez? Parce que
voilà exactement.
Laissez-moi.
Oui, allez-y donc, parce que vous répétez la même chose chaque semaine, mais vous ne proposez pas ce que vous voulez. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire comme Projet C?
Voilà. Je propose qu'un autre service, que Harry, avec son leadership, que faisons-nous? Devons-nous demander qu'on respecte le 12 octobre 2025 ou bien on continue pour 2032?
OK.
Pour cette question, Camerounais, vous allez voir.
Permets déjà de donner le premier élément si tu as fini, mon père.
Voilà, j'ai fini. Je ne vais pas, parce qu'en fait, je ne veux pas créer du désordre. Je m'arrête ici. Même si j'ai autre chose à dire.
Non, ce n'est pas le désordre, mon père. Mais il faut dire que, Père Janvier, nous estimons qu'il y a d'autres instances qui sont peut-être plus outillées pour ce genre de revendications, c'est-à-dire le 12 octobre 2025. Nous pensons, à Projet C, avoir fait ce que nous pensions devoir faire comme une structure non partisane, une structure pour pouvoir mobiliser les citoyens, faire en sorte que les citoyens puissent aller voter et faire respecter leur vote. Là, maintenant, ce sont les citoyens qui doivent pouvoir le faire. Mais en attendant que d'autres instances puissent aller dans ce sens-là, nous nous focalisons sur la Constitution parce que justement, la Constitution actuelle, c'est elle qui a permis que ce qui se passe là continue de se faire. Ce qui s'est passé en 2025, c'est cette Constitution-là qui l'a permis. Et même le coup d'État, la tentative de coup d'État de la semaine dernière, c'est toujours cette Constitution qui le permet. Nous disons plus jamais ça. Et nous réfléchissons dans ce sens en associant les Camerounais à cela. Pendant que d'autres instances, je le répète, sont peut-être plus outillées que nous pour pouvoir revendiquer la victoire de 2025 du candidat Sachioma. C'est aussi simple que ça. Nous ne pouvons pas tout arrêter et se focaliser sur l'élection présidentielle parce que ce serait un peu, entre nous, un peu jouer le jeu de ceux qui se sont livrés à cette usurpation. Et Marie-Roger l'a très bien répété tout à l'heure. Elle l'a dit de façon vraiment très élégante. Elle a dit, c'est unique dans le monde, un pays dans lequel des gens qui sont prévalus d'être les vainqueurs d'une élection n'arrivent pas à gouverner ce pays. Entre nous, je crois qu'il était difficile de dire mieux que ça. Donc voilà, nous reconnaissons que on ne peut pas tout faire, malheureusement. Harry?
Yes. Thank you, Leopold. I think you have responded to the question brilliantly. So I will not spend much time. The only thing I keep repeating is that if you define yourselves by your challenges, that's all you will be doing, focusing on your challenges. But we must define ourselves by our opportunities. And that's what the future is. Challenge is yesterday. It's the status quo is today. And that's the problem that we've always faced as a country, because we're always looking at today. Nobody's thinking about 25 years from now, 50 years from now, 100 years from now. And you have to get to that point where you can start thinking about what is the future of this country. When have we ever stopped as Cameroonians to do that? We've gone from one challenge to the other, fixing the broken calabash, bandit to bandit, and never really thought about this on the long term. And this is the exercise that we're doing. It's not about an election. It's not about power. This is about people. To your point, Leopold, there may be politicians, there may be people who want to be in power. There may be people who have the capacity to fight on the streets of our country for the results of the past elections. And if they win for us, and we will not stop them. But we also ask for people to respect what we're trying to do, because this is, again, it's not about us. It's about you, the people of Cameroon. And if we succeed for all of us, not just for a few of us. And that's the spirit that we should bring to these conversations about our future. Not disregarding the outcome of the elections that we fought for as well, that we help people to participate in those elections. We did significant work to make sure that we get the kind of outcome that we had in those elections. And when we started having conversations like this, we had the same reactions. We had people telling us that, oh, this is not going to lead to anything. And it led to an outcome, even though we didn't have a change in the presidency, but Cameroonians came out and demonstrated for once that they had the ability to take their destiny into their own hands. And so it may not look obvious now, and people may think this is a cynical idea, it's lost and it's a dream. But I'm seeing these results coming in, and I'm having a strong conviction that this is what our country needs. It's about tomorrow. It's not today. Madeline, let me go to Kenny, and then we'll come to you, because Kenny has had his hand up for a while. Yeah.
Thanks, Ari, and thanks everybody for an amazing meeting and amazing presentation today. I think it was right on point and very needed. Both Ari and Marie-Roger mentioned reconciliation in the realm of peaceful revolution, right? And so my question is really directed to Marie-Roger from the perspective of where does accountability fall? And how does she envision accountability in the whole transition of reconciliation and as we progress?
I'm hoping Marie-Roger is, okay, she's connected now, yeah.
Okay, so I would say thank you for that question. There's accountability is something very important, and whenever we go through a time like this where a regime has harmed its own people so deeply, and not only economically, but killing them, jailing them, and stripping them of a future, it's difficult to just say, okay, we go over it. We just forget about what happened. And I think, you know, I have a message for the people in power now, because I think of some of them who used to be, let's say, not friends, but people I had very good relationship with, because they are school comrades. You know, some of them, we grew up together in the same area, so we've known each other for a long time beyond politics. And now I look at them, and my message to them is to say, okay, we know you cannot convert yourself to change. You cannot, because you are the system. Not only you benefit from it, but you are the system. And you will do whatever it takes to stay on, to enjoy your privileges as long as possible. But I just tell them, look at history. You know, systems like the one we are going through in Cameroon always end up badly. Always. Just take examples. You know, like you have a president who doesn't run the country, or if he does, he doesn't care about the country. And you have a clique of people enriching themselves, you know, making it impossible to have roads, hospitals, schools, education. I would say the future of a nation. They think only about themselves, and they crush any dissent because it's good for them. They think it's good for them. And I say, just look at what happened to Bourguiba, to Bouteflika, to Marcos in Filipina, to
Mobutu.
some way, where you know, it always ends badly. So I say, the message is, you can change, we know that, and it's always a mistake. And I think myself was like, I know them if we tell them, I mean, smartly enough, that their own interest is to have a better Cameroon where everybody has a chance, where let's say, which works for the majority of the people, is best for them also, and they say it's naive and they won't change. But there's something they can do, is, you know, seek for redemption. Because at some point, you, me, and others, we won't have power to stop the type of contest of people who just can't take it anymore. And I see signs in Cameroon. Of course, we've been saying all the day, yeah, the Cameroonians don't move, they don't move. But I'm telling you, they are fed up. It's just that they are how do you say, choking. They can't breathe anymore. And at some point, you know, when you speak with the people there, it will take a spark, and you see what happens. You don't know. We don't know when and how this will happen, but we won't be able to stop the rage of the people. And I tell you, they have gone so far that I don't see any peace for them after that. If they don't today just say, okay, let's do something good also for the people. Let's release all those prisoners. Let's do a new law, or I don't know, let's take steps showing the people that we care somehow, you know. So do something, because people might remember that at some point, after stealing so much that you couldn't take it anymore, you decided to do something good for the people, you know. I think of the gentleman, Zengele, who, when they told the deputy, the parliamentary, to vote for this vice presidency thing, one man stood up and said, what are we doing? This is not normal. This is not This should not happen. And, you know, I don't know what he's been doing before, politically, what is his achievement, but today everybody will remember if there is some kind of vendetta or something bad happening. He will be saved and spared because he said, well, that's the one who stood up, who said no, you know. So I say now, today, that's a message for them, that at some point, it's better not to say we change the, but just do something very concretely for the people and show that you have somehow gotten the message of October 12th, that people rejected that regime and that there's a list of things people don't want to see anymore, that let's do something. That's the message I have for them. Before it's because it's not me being in the street, I won't be on the street, but the other Cameroonians will be. And we will have no power whatsoever on their reaction. It will be such a stream of people that will happen in Cameroon if there's not something changing, kind of redemption, those people showing some sign which people can consider when they are enraged, you know. So it's also there. I tell also the Cameroonians, you know, although we preach reconciliation, that's what a country has to do if it wants to move forward, of course. But this regime has thrived on forgiveness, on lack of accountability, of you know, forgetting everything. You know, whatever you do is lost in I don't know where. So people should be the memory, keep memory of what is happening. You know, do really decide that we don't we don't want to just forget. Tell the story. You know, we remember. Tell the people what is happening every day, and just remember everything, and in your mind, and that to show them that we are there, and that we are not sorry. I have to say, we at some point, if we decide to forgive, it's not because we have forgotten. Yeah. We know exactly what has been done. So now you say, I don't think today the reconciliation is in our hands. No. The reconciliation possibility is in the hands of the rulers of the regime. They can do some redemption work now. It's not forbidden. It's not lost. It just shows some compassion. Show that you have understood one of the messages people are sending to you. I think that's what I feel like telling you about on the issue of reconciliation.
Great.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah. Thank you, Kenny, for that question. And thank you, Marie-Roger, for helping us reflect on this. And I hope that this message gets across to the people, especially in government, to start to reflect on that, on the kind of future that they want. I'll turn it over to you, Mamindora.
Yeah, hi. And Ari, I'm mindful, everybody, I'm mindful of the time. I know it's like almost 1:30. I just wanted to, I see Père Janvier, je m'excuse encore, je vais parler en français, je vais taper ma bouche, because I'm thinking that you understand me better. Je crois que vous ne faites que revenir sur le point des élections. Donc, je vois que c'est très important pour vous, et M. Leopold a très bien répondu. Mais je voulais ajouter que il y a les gens qui sont en train de faire le travail derrière, parce que dernièrement, j'ai vu, je crois qu'il y a un lawsuit, on a amené, je crois que, donc il y a le travail. Père Janvier, rester assuré qu'il y a les gens qui sont en train de travailler derrière. Mais Project C a une mission, et comprenez aussi que Project C est en train de vouloir travailler avec plusieurs autres groupes. Donc, moi, par exemple, je ne suis pas dans le bateau de président élu, whatever. Donc, Project C doit amener tout le monde, et ils ne peuvent pas rester sur un sujet précis. Mais soyez assurés, je sais qu'il y a beaucoup de gens qui sont en train de travailler derrière pour pousser ce truc en avant. Kenny, I also wanted to talk about accountability, that you talked about accountability. I think if your question was, there's accountability for everybody. I think that this Project C, for me, for example, I've been very frustrated with everybody in Cameroon. You know, the opposition, for example, I don't feel that they really put their best foot forward, that we had our acts together. So this is an opportunity for all of us to take accountability by supporting this project, donating, you know, donating again, Père Janvier, Project C, what the work that we're doing, try to federate, bringing everybody together so we know each other, know everybody's strengths, know who can do what, bringing a big umbrella so that going forward, we know who we can work with and we can create, we have the trust. Because you know that Père Janvier, on travaille le gouvernement, quand on travaille avec, c'est un gouvernement qui est, it's not like any other country. They're very meticulous. They're game. They're game that they, you know, they have a whole game that they play, and we need to match them. So, you know, we need to match them. So the work that we're doing, we can't just abandon everything to follow, you know, le président, whatever. The work that we're doing is going to put everybody alert. They're probably very alert what's going on, you know, with the work that we're doing. So it's very important for everyone to support this, get on board. And that's why I want to end by just encouraging Array, Leopold, Eli, and everybody, the team. You guys are doing an amazing job and we're behind you. Keep allez de l'avant. Merci.
I would say, and you're with us, right? We're all in this together. Everybody, you know, everybody should let's do something for once together. You know, to this question about accountability, when I was trying to write a book about, I read the story about Rwanda. They went through a genocide, and the new government could have spent its time going after people, and that's all that they would have done. Or they moved the Truth and Reconciliation to Tanzania and they built the country. Like nobody, if you go to, when you, I mean, I'm sure on the ground there's a lot of other things that, you know, me, an outsider, did not know, but in Rwanda, it's actually hard to ask this question of who is Tutsi or who is Hutu. It's not even a conversation they're having in the country. It's not to say that there shouldn't be accountability on the past. It's to say that we have to look forward. If we don't get to the point where we're looking forward, we'll be stuck with the burdens of our past. And this is where I fear for Cameroon, is that we're going to be stuck with our past, and that doesn't help a very different future, very different young people, very different. I spoke to young people of 10 regions of Cameroon yesterday, this week, all united by a common vision. In that conversation, I didn't know who was Northwest or Southwest. So I didn't know who was Anglophone or Francophone. These are young people. They want a new future for Cameroon. They were not talking about the colonial past or the you know, all these things that are going on in Cameroon. No, they just want a bright future. That's all that they want. And 25 years from now, 30 years, 40 years from now, I'm not going to be sitting in this chair. It will be them running the country. It's their future we're building. And, you know, if we can, my plea, and I'm pleading with the Cameroonian diaspora, you have enormous capacity. You have enormous power. I was joking the other day, with 50,000, we were able to bring Yaoundé on its knees in the elections. With 50,000, we infiltrated even their own newspapers. We could hear what the president was saying on a daily basis, just with technology, with the means that we had. That's the capacity that the diaspora has. In money, in knowledge, we have it all. We have traveled the world. There's a Nigerian song which says, "Landlord, travel and see, so that you know the world." We have experienced the world. We know what is possible when people come together. What is holding us back, the diaspora, to unite our resources and transform this country. Just 3 million of us are in the diaspora. If half of us put together $10 each, that'll be 1.5 million in a heartbeat. And we can transform our country. We can go in and provide electricity in our country to all 30 million Cameroonians in a heartbeat if we just came together. And hopefully this exercise that we're doing is not only seen as a document, but it's seen as an opportunity for us to come together, to build an infrastructure in our country, to unite our forces, to overcome these divisions that have plagued us for so many years. We can do this, my brothers and sisters. We can. The only thing that is stopping us is the will, is the cynicism that we have become so adapted to, that change is not possible, that we cannot work together. But we can. It just depends on the will of the people. And that's all we're asking you. It's just a little of your time, a little of your dime, your money, but a little of your support to get us there. And we will.
Arrête, tu parles vraiment comme un vrai religieux dans ce plaidoyer-là. Et je voudrais donc inviter notre ami le Père Janvier à faire autant, vraiment à faire ce plaidoyer-là pour que la diaspora et autres puissent vraiment mettre du leur, contribuer à ce que ce changement-là puisse avoir lieu. Et je voulais aussi dire que accountability, la redevabilité, la responsabilité, là, cela relève de la bonne gouvernance. Donc, le travail que nous sommes en train de faire, quand cela aboutira, avec tout ce que nous faisons pour la Constitution et autres, pour cette nouvelle Constitution, il y aura un certain nombre de balises qui permettront ce genre de bien assurer cette redevabilité. Évidemment, cela passera aussi par le choix des bonnes personnes, mais on n'en est pas encore là.
Merci beaucoup, Léopold. Chris, you have the last word to close us out, so that because we have been this. I didn't think, I thought this would be 90 minutes, but here we are, almost 3.5 hours into it.
No, let's listen to Pastor Chris.
Mr. Leopold, I like what Mami Andwas said, and Ray, you've actually taken most of what I was trying to say, which is good. Look, the biggest enemy we have is being tied to the past. That's one of the biggest enemies facing us. And when you sit down, talk to quite a few people, they only want to drag us to talk about the past. And we are focused on the future. We're focused on the future. Accountability. Look, the biggest fear for me is that Project C falters and is not transparent and is not accountable to the project that we are focused on. Because that's leadership. How many Cameroonians do we talk to that feel that they can go and lead Cameroon? When we cannot even lead little local organizations sustainably in the diaspora. Take a look at the inventory of Cameroonian organizations in the diaspora. What is the lifespan? What is the lifespan? I'll let people can answer that question themselves. So for me, Project C, we cannot fail Cameroonians again. We cannot fail ourselves. And the only way we'll do that is through clear leadership, with freedom, with transparency, with respect, with focus. Because if not, we're just going to be pointing fingers at the past and at others. We have a mission here. And the reason that we're having a challenge pulling Cameroonians together is because organizations have come and gone and failed Cameroonians, and they're tired. We are tired. So when we talk about accountability, I'm really focused on Project C. Because we are the last hope of these young people that are in the fields that we're training. They're focused, like Ari said, they're focused on the future, not the history. You know, it's like my son, I say go to school, comes back telling me, he said, Dad, you know, slavery was a mess because our forefathers were enslaved and so forth. In 2026, I'll tell him, just get out of my face, because we got to focus on the future. That is our biggest enemy, is that every Cameroonian is so angry, rightfully so. But the biggest mistake we'll make is just keep looking back. Let's look forward. This project is about encouraging us to look forward. The reason that our local organizations here fail is because of exactly what we're trying to talk about. We have to show respect, love, and focus, and leadership. We have to. And it's a challenge. If you've ever led 100 Cameroonians or Africans, you understand. But that doesn't mean that we're bad people. We're good people. We're good people, but we just have gone through a lot. Yeah. So I just pray that this common goal of defining a new Cameroon, this common goal of writing a new constitution that will ensure we realize the new Cameroon once and for all, that this project will unite us, not just Project C here, but all Cameroonians, all Cameroonians, all Cameroonians, no matter whether you speak French or English or you speak Bali or Bakweri or wherever you're from. That's the accountability that we need. Are we going to keep to this all the way to the end? Yes, we will. Because I think every member of Project C that I've talked to has that vision. French, English, or what? I'm very happy listening to my French brothers and sisters on this program. Even though I don't speak it well, I use the translator, and I'm very comfortable with that. So this is going to unite us. But let's let the past, we've already learned from the past, let's let it go. Let's let that ghost go. And that's what the government has used over the years to trap Cameroonians about the past, about challenges that they create. While we stay there looking at those challenges that they create, they move on to another disaster. And we just keep going. So let's leave it alone, try something new. This path that we're going will unite us as long as we are focused and transparent and demonstrate accountability by staying focused on the mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris, for having that last word that is unifying. Marie-Roger, I cannot thank you enough. Words alone cannot express our gratitude for blending your voice to this conversation. And I said to you, this message is going to thousands of Cameroonians. The show last week was when we did the analysis, over 8,000 people watched it last week. And I'm sure that this week we will have more than 10,000 people watching this. And we'll keep coming back and we keep doing this. But we're deeply, deeply grateful for your accepting to be with us on this day. Thank you.
And this together, thank you to Biya. It's a common struggle, you know. Cameroon is what we are fighting for, the future of our country. And thank you for organizing all this and being steadfast and we'll do whatever we can to support and help move forward the movement. And well, I was very delighted to listen and exchange with you. I hope we could talk to some of our compatriots and motivate them to get into some action and to join us. So thank you to you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Elizabeth, Leopold, Chris.
Thank you, Ari.
Everybody for joining us.
I just have a quick reminder.
Yeah.
August will be our first year since our first meeting as Project C. And I think that is a huge thing, that we're going to be, we got to figure something out for that first anniversary. But what I really wanted to say, because I've not been here for a while, for other reasons, but of course, I'm always in the background. So I didn't disappear, even though I had people texting and said, what happened? Because we always disagree and we break up. And I really just wanted to say in every humility possible, because we do recognize, I think today, I feel like this is really a privilege, as an honor to even be a part of something like this happening. Because Ari, if you remember that very first meeting we had, it was really not about the politics. And in everything that we have weathered, and we're back to the roots of where we started. And of course, we have grown. We have grown quite a bit. And we have grown from understanding of ourselves, understanding of the people, and we have grown in working together. We have other people who have joined forces. And, I just say this with a heart so filled up with what a privilege that I'm even here, to be a part of this. And many times we break because the ego gets above, all these different things. But I think we have proven as Cameroonians, number one, that we can join hands and work for the common good. It just may be a little small and in the group, but we are an example of what Cameroon could be. And of all the different cultures, different languages, of course, French and English, something that people said we ever couldn't work together. And I hope we do see this, that Project C is showing us that we can put hands together. Again, we can work together. We have Leopold, we have Chris, and of course, we have Eric. So we have people on the English, on the French side, who've been working together. We have the most amazing guests. And I really have to say to Marie-Roger, because having her is such an honor and a privilege. Who even knew, and it's not the first time that you've graced, our audience, but that the view of what you think. And I remember the first time some people called me, and people always have different opinions, but we're showing to what Chris said, that we can move forward. We have the ability to move forward. You can let that go slide, and we can build our own future. And as we approach this 1 year of Project C, I think that is a great time of reflection of truly what Chris said, who we truly could be. Something new that started so organically, and we're here today. And Ari, I really want to thank you for your leadership. Felt like there were times when you were reaching out, Elizabeth, where are you? And so I want to thank you for your consistency. I want to thank you for your leadership. And I thought about saying this outwardly, not just in the back where we are. And I'm not doing this person, but many of you don't know this, Ari. My admiration is that you have a lot of things that you've weathered, including funerals and things you've dealt with. But your commitment to our country in a very subtle way that involves people, it's such a high bar for us to meet up with. It is just remarkable. You are a blessing to our country. And I think this all the time. I know this, but I got to say this out loud. You are a blessing to our country as Cameroon. And so I thank you, yes, for being on. And of course, everybody else. Chris comes in with fantastic experience. I was listening to him like, guys, this is the guy who worked with Obama and he's here. So, I can talk about Leopold. Eric, of course, we all know he's the breather. And I just want to say that there's such brightness for us in this future that we have. And it is just an honor. What we're doing is not about us, of course. It is bigger than every one of us. And we have the right people in the right place at the right time. And we continue to honor that. So thank you.
That's why we needed you to join us today, Ellie. and I'm just going to end with a resume of everything that we're trying to do, and it's the music we started.
Depuis des décennies, les Camerounais voient naître l'espoir leur filer entre les doigts.
Sorry, I want to.
Notre avenir se prennent à huis clos. Nos voix sont étouffées par le pouvoir et la politique.
Sorry, I want the music video in French. Sorry about that.
So you're sorry for the French, right?
No, not the French.
While you search for it, I just want to thank Marie-Roger again, and I hope we can always be with her and count on her to help guide us. Thank you, Marie-Roger.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now I have it.
Thank you.
Now I have it. Sorry, that was the so let's go with the music in French then.
No, 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 no. Pendant des décennies, les Camerounais ont regardé l'espoir leur glisser entre les doigts. Des décisions concernant notre avenir prises à huis clos. Nos voix noyées par le pouvoir et la politique. Encore et encore, on nous a dit qui nous sommes et ce que nous devons accepter. Le destin du Cameroun a été façonné par d'autres. Les Camerounais se réveillent et exigent le changement. Quel genre de pays voulons-nous? Qu'est-ce qui fait de nous des Camerounais? L'âme du Cameroun est façonnée, non par ce qui nous divise, mais par ce qui nous unit. Et quel genre de pays voulons-nous? Qu'est-ce qui fait de nous des Camerounais? Imaginez un mouvement, non pas de politiciens, mais du peuple. Imaginez chaque coin de ce pays, chaque hameau, village, ville, cité, chaque région, se levant ensemble avec un seul objectif, pas pour une élection, pas pour le pouvoir, mais pour une seule nation, une fois pour toutes. Imaginez mettre le pays au-dessus de soi, l'amour au-dessus de la haine. Le Cameroun, non la tribu, la langue, ni la région. L'âme du Cameroun est façonnée, non par ce qui nous divise, mais par ce qui nous unit. Imaginez un mouvement, non pas de politiciens, mais du peuple. Ce n'est pas un rêve, c'est le projet, c'est... Imaginez les vendeurs de rue, les conducteurs de moto-taxi, les syndicats, les chefs traditionnels, les professionnels et la diaspora. Travaillant ensemble partout pour quelque chose de plus grand que chacun de nous. Pour la première fois, nous, le peuple, nous réunirons pour répondre aux questions les plus difficiles, les plus importantes. Comment enfin mettre au repos les fantômes du passé et créer un avenir où chaque citoyen a sa place. Oui. Au cours des 4 prochains mois, nous écouterons, nous débattrons, nous rédigerons une nouvelle constitution. Une constitution qui reflète notre diversité, nos rêves, notre détermination à bâtir un Cameroun de dignité, de paix et de prospérité. C'est un mouvement et du peuple pour le peuple. Plus de décisions prises pour nous, sans nous. Plus d'attente pour avoir la permission d'espérer. Un nouveau Cameroun est possible. Hey!
mouvement pour un nouveau Cameroun.
C'est le projet c'est un mouvement né du peuple.
Pour le peuple, un nouveau Cameroun est possible.
Rejoignez
le mouvement pour un nouveau Cameroun.
A new Cameroon is possible. We'll see you again next week. Please continue to share the surveys, continue to donate, continue to support the movement. Never lose hope. Have a wonderful
Goodbye,
weekend.
everyone. So,
Goodbye.
goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
The recording has stopped.